Airhead, The Hartigans, Book 4. By Avery Flynn. Chapter 1. November, 1981. Hartigans should come with a warning label. No, that wouldn't be enough. There should also be sirens, alarm bells, 6-foot-high razor wire, a full military squadron armed to the teeth, and the scariest nun from St. Bernadette's School for Girls, all of whom would warn that the end of your panties was nigh. But not Katie Madigan's panties. Nope. Her French cut-undies were as safe as Fort Knox because she knew better than to ever fall for the charms of a Hartigan, especially Frank Hartigan. It was a Friday night in November 1981 at Marino's. The air was a crisp 45 degrees outside the doors and a beer-scented 89 inside, since practically everyone in Waterbury was packed into the sports bar. Friday nights were for blowing off steam after a long week at work. Saturdays were for taking the train across the bridge into Harbor City to dance like you weren't living paycheck to paycheck. No, this wasn't how Katie had seen her life turning out when she graduated at the top of her class and left for an Ivy League college, with big plans to see the world and to never set foot in Waterbury again, but that's how things had worked out. That's why she was at Marino's on a Friday night, despite the dismal state of her bank account balance. She had accepted her fate. No, she'd embraced it. Instead of living a life of adventure, she'd gotten her degree from the state university and had come home to working-class Waterbury. She'd taken a job teaching third graders, shared a tiny apartment with her twin sister, and never thought about what she was missing out on because she wasn't missing out on anything. She'd learned better. Now, her favorite words were predictability and dependability. Frank Hartigan was one of those things, but definitely not the other. Katie might not be a genius, even if her IQ was as high as her teased-up bangs, but even she knew what to expect from Waterbury's most eligible bachelor. She'd been watching him since high school. He'd flirt. He'd charm. He'd get her worked up and naked and spread wide on the nearest horizontal surface, and then he'd be gone. It was his pattern. Like every firefighter in her experience except her dad, Frank Hartigan, did not stick around. Therefore, she should not, would not, could not fall under Frank Hartigan's spell. Of course, that didn't mean she couldn't let Waterbury's red-headed answer to Robert Redford buy her a beer. She was on a teacher's salary, and the tread on her Pinto's tires was worn to almost nothing. Really, she'd be doing it for womankind. So, despite knowing better, she couldn't help but enjoy watching the red-headed walking wall of muscle as he headed straight to her table with 2 bottles of Bud in hand. "Why do you have that look on your face?" Connie asked. Her sister's words slurred together as she shredded the cardboard coaster promoting the bar's upcoming Rocking in 1982 New Year's Eve party that had been delivered along with her second Long Island iced tea. The coaster was 25% confetti, while her drink was already half gone. Things were moving along right on schedule. Predictability for the win. Connie had a process she followed whenever she broke up, temporarily unfortunately, with her gag-me-with-a-spoon boyfriend, Blaine the Creep Adler. First, a night of Long Island iced teas at Marino's sports bar, followed by a trip to Marino's all-night diner next door. No, they weren't owned by the same people. And the grudge between the owners of Marino's without an apostrophe and Marino's with an apostrophe went back decades. There, they'd order the same thing they always did when Connie's dirtbag boyfriend cheated on her. The hope was that a greasy patty melt would prevent Connie's hangover the next day. It never did. Second, Connie would spend the next 48 hours bitching about the creep and pointing out to Katie every shitty thing he'd done during the entirety of their on-again/off-again relationship. There were a lot of things to point out. The man really was an asshole. Her hand to God, if Katie had a time machine, she would kill Hitler first. Then she would stop Connie from ever asking the creep to the 8th grade Sadie Hawkins dance a decade ago. Katie had a feeling God would forgive her for both. Third, at hour 49 of the process, the creep would call Connie. She'd hang up. He'd call again. And again. And again. And again. Each time he'd promise that, from now on, she was the only girl for him. Then the flowers would start. Then DJs on the radio would start playing love songs he'd dedicated to her. Once he'd sent a singing telegram, but that was the only time he'd switched things up. In the end, he'd show up outside their apartment and beg until she took him back. Rinse and repeat. And repeat. And repeat. Honestly, it was exhausting and Katie was just an observer. Earth to Katie, Connie said between drinks. Who made you smile like that? Katie schooled her face to something more neutral because they were still early in phase 1 and Connie wasn't yet drunk enough to miss Katie's reaction to Frank Hartigan's approach. To buy a little time, she fluffed up her spiral curls and shifted her gaze to her sister. What look? The don't BS me look that Connie shot Katie was a little wonky because the gin, vodka, tequila, and triple sec were starting to work their magic. The one that says you're about to do something stupid. Katie snorted. I have never done anything stupid. Okay, that lie probably would work on the third graders she taught, but not on her twin. Police, Connie said, rolling her eyes and then grabbing the edge of the table to steady herself, even though she hadn't moved from her seat. We shared a womb. I know you way too well for that. Bingo. Her sister may have grody to the max taste in men, but she was otherwise a total brainiac. It really was the best and worst of both worlds. Katie, on the other hand, kept things simple by ignoring the fact that men existed, especially men who were firefighters at their dad's station house. Most especially, men who were firefighters at their dad's station house and had the last name Hartigan. There were 3 Hartigans on the Waterbury Fire Department, but only one who worked at her dad's station. He was the worst, the absolute totally to the max worst. For her better judgment anyway. He was also fast approaching their table, with 2 beer bottles and the cocky self-assurance of a man who had to constantly bob and weave to avoid women throwing themselves at him. Even now, Sandy O'Shea had stepped directly in Frank's path. She was acting as if she'd accidentally cabbage patched her way off Marino's postage stamp-sized dance floor, but anyone with 2 brain cells would know that wasn't the case. Fine. Sure. Whatever. Katie could admit she understood why most of the women in Waterbury made a play for Frankie Hartigan. He was mountain man tall, professional wrestler ripped, and the knowing smile he sent a woman's way promised all of the best things. And yes, Katie had spent some time wondering how he'd deliver on that promise. In detail. At night, with her hand down her cotton, days of the week panties. She was a grown woman after all, and one time the mailman had delivered her neighbor's copy of the International Mail Catalog to her apartment by accident, and it had given her ideas. Lots of ideas. And that had happened the same day she'd stopped by the firehouse to say hi to her dad. And when she'd been left momentarily alone and was gripped by nostalgia, she'd done something she hadn't since she was a kid. She went down the fireman's pole. But instead of her feet landing safely on the ground below, she'd slammed into Frankie and had nearly knocked him off his size 12 feet. Any other guy would have ended up kissing pavement, but not him. He'd done some James Bond spin move and ended up cradling Katie to his broad, hard chest. It was, hands down, the hottest moment of her admittedly boring life. So, she did the only thing she could. She'd squeaked out an apology and run home as fast as she could where the misdelivered International Mail Catalog was waiting for her. Honestly, she was surprised she'd made it until after lights out to get some relief. But that had been 2 weeks ago. This was now, and she'd long since thrown away the men's lingerie catalog. Was that even the right word for sexy men's stuff? Did they call it lingerie? She had no idea, and it wasn't like she could pop over to Randy next door and ask about the catalog she'd kinda sorta stolen from him. No matter. She was a stronger woman tonight. All she wanted was a free beer and nothing else. Fine. Yes. She was lying to herself, but that was her right. If only she could lie to herself well enough that her sister would believe her. But judging by Connie's questioning expression, Katie's face wasn't playing the part. Before Katie could say anything to mitigate her face that held no secrets, Connie turned in the direction of Sandy O'Shea's perfect pert ass and let out a shocked gasp. She pivoted back around to stare at Katie with a look of pure horror. Even Jamie Lee Curtis, fighting off what's-his-name in a mask, couldn't have done it better. "Do not tell me you're making that face," Connie hollered, in what her pickled brain probably thought was a whisper, because of that man. Katie looked down at the scarred wooden table and tried to play it cool. "What man?" Her sister snorted. "The one ignoring Sandy's bad impression of a solid gold dancer and staring right at you." Katie jerked her head up. "He is." "Huh," her sister squawked. "You're the worst liar in the whole world. Of all the guys in Waterbury, why would you ever pick him? I mean, yeah, he's got stellar reviews on the bathroom stalls, but you aren't really into guys like him." "I'm not," Katie said, maybe a little too fast, but Connie wasn't likely to pick up on that in her current state. "I'm just out of beer money until payday, and he offered to buy me one." "Uh-huh, sure, Catherine Allison Madigan," Connie said, slurring just enough to warn that the countdown to the second part of Phase 1, Emotional Breakdown Waterworks, had begun. "Whatever you say." Sisters. No one allowed a person to get away with less bullshit than a sister. Katie was a half a second away from reminding Connie that she was here to drown her sorrows over that preppy poser asshole who, for reasons unknown, she kept going back to and not to pointing out the flaws in Katie's love life, or lack of one. When the red-headed wall of muscle stopped at their table, Frank Hartigan set one bottle of beer down in front of Katie and the other in front of Connie. "Heard about Blaine," he said to Connie, with a commiserating grimace that held enough sincerity that Katie couldn't help but wonder who'd screwed him over. "You ever want me to take him behind the firehouse and knock a few of his teeth loose, you just let me know." Connie blinked at the mention of her ex and then stared, wide-eyed, up at Frank. She looked at him as if he were some sort of god, rather than the guy she'd just been warning her sister off of. Her fuzzily focused eyes went watery and her chin trembled. "That's the nicest thing," she said between tipsy hiccups and Yoni Hay Seversade tome. Connie whipped around and grabbed her sister's hand. "This man is one of the good ones. You know you like him. Don't let him go." Then she burst into tears, flopped her head down onto the table, and wailed loudly enough to cut through the jukebox rendition of Physical by Olivia Newton-John. Katie loved her sister, but she was going to kill her. First, however, she had to get them both away from this man and his boneheaded, but honestly very sweet, offer to beat up the creep before she started to like him. Or something worse than like him. Her and Frank Hartigan? It was impossible. It was unthinkable. It was the last thing in the world she should ever consider. So she wouldn't. She would not. Chapter 2. Frank had made women cry before. It hadn't been on purpose, and he wasn't proud of it, but it had happened. However, it had never been because he'd given someone a beer and offered to punch out an asshole on their behalf. "Emussery," he said, after searching and failing to find something better to say. Connie's only response was another wail, muffled by the table. Unsure of what to do, growing up with all brothers had not prepared him for tea. She awkwardly patted her shoulder and looked to Katie for a hint as to what to do next. "It's not you," Katie grumbled as she offered a handful of wadded-up bar napkins to her sister. "It's all part of the process." Connie lifted her head and used the napkins to wipe the dark mascara lines streaming down her face, smearing them and giving herself an about-to-hit-the-gridiron look. Then she swiped the handful of napkins under her nose, leaving a black line across her top lip. It took everything Frank had not to cut a smile. Even the dumbass he was when it came to fully clothed women knew that would be the wrong thing to do. This was confirmed with a glance over at the not crying in the middle of Marino's version of Connie. The sisters might be identical twins, but he could always tell them apart, unlike a lot of people could when it came to him and his twin, Paul. Yeah, both Madigans had the same curly red hair, dark eyes, full lips, and bodacious spots. But while Connie always had a sense of high drama around her, Katie was more serious, more in control, and had a Moretto be blunt scary as fuck attitude. She would definitely cut you if you crossed her. Most of the men in Waterbury saw the danger sign and kept their distance. Was he an idiot for not being able to look away? Probably. But what fun was life without a little fire? The process. Connie tossed back most of her drink in one gigantic gulp. You say that like it's ever been like this before. Katie rolled her eyes. It's always been like this. Not 3 times, Connie shot back before finishing her drink. 3. Her chin trembled, and she wiped her napkin under her nose again, spreading the black line into a pencil-thin mustache. Then, in a wobbly voice, she said, and he shayed it was my fault. Okay, this was officially way above Frank's pay grade. Buying sympathy beers? He could do that. Punch some guy's lights out? Consider it done. Comfort a woman who was crying in public because her ex-boyfriend was a complete douchebag? Nope. He had absolutely no reference for this. It seems like you two are in the middle of things. His skin was crawling with the awkwardness. He was a breath away from excusing himself and getting back to his friends who were waiting for their turn at the pool table when Katie got up and the words died in his mouth. Fuck. There were other things he should be paying attention to. But some people just looked so fucking good in neon blue and acid-washed jeans that they demanded it all for themselves. Katie was numbers 1 through 50 on the list of things to pay attention to. He would love to get between her and her Calvins. Was he destined to squish himself into a handbasket headed straight for an eternity in an uncomfortably hot place for thinking about Katie Madigan's ass while her sister was bawling her head off? Probably. But he'd deal with that later. Right now, he only had to step back when she got up and circled around the table to comfort Connie and admire the view. Katie squatted down so she was eye level with her sister. She cupped her face in her hands so Connie had to look at her. How in the hell is it your fault? Katie demanded. Did you yank his pants down and demand he have sex with Miss August? February. Connie hollered, loud enough that people on the dance floor turned to see what the fuss was about. She was Mish February. She hiccuped. From the tears? From the alcohol? Who knew? The month of love. Everyone on the dance floor was trying to get close enough to hear exactly what Blaine Adler had done this time. Not that they'd be surprised. It's what he'd done every time. Across the bar, his twin brother stopped talking to 2 guys Frank didn't know, and he knew everybody, and glanced over. There was no missing Paul's flushed face, or the way the back of his hair stuck straight up like it always did when he rubbed Ida telltale sign he was up to something stupid. Frank swallowed back a groan. He did not have time for more drama in his life. Running into burning buildings for a living, taking care of his mom after the city screwed her out of his dad's pension, and whatever was happening with the Madigan sisters right now was more than enough. Thank you very much. I don't care if she was Miss all 12 months, Katie said, dragging his attention back to the sisters. You didn't do anything wrong. Katie glared up at Frank. Tell her. His gut dropped. Frank didn't have shit to do with what that fucknut had done with his dick, but that didn't mean he knew what to say. Tell her, Katie said, emphasizing each word like it was its own sentence. That the creep not being able to keep his zipper up has nothing to do with her. Cliff Notes had saved him in senior English when he'd spent most of class daydreaming about one Katie Madigan, and her version of them saved him now. He turned his attention to Connie and settled his face into the serious one he used when he gave the Stop, Drop, and Roll lecture at grade schools during Fire Safety Week. It's not your fault Adler has a wandering dick. Connie sniffled and grabbed the beer he'd brought over for her. It's because I don't orgasm very often, and when I do it's not as loud as the women in the videos. Holy shit. He'd known Adler was an asshole. He hadn't realized he was that much of an asshole. That is a him issue, not a you issue. But he's the one with experience, she said, before downing half the beer. He says it's not like that with other women. She finished the rest of it so fast it was like she was trying to drown herself in bud. He's the only man I've ever been with. Liberal use of the word man, Katie grumbled as she moved her own, untouched, beer out of her sister's reach. Look, Connie. Frank turned the empty chair at their table around and sat down, resting his forearms on the back of it. Blaine Adler is a dickless dweeb. No, he's not. She shook her head. Everyone likes Blaine. Not even his toady friends like him, Frank said, speaking the truth that everyone in Waterbury, except Connie and maybe Adler, knew. Connie looked at him, her eyes watery and the tip of her nose a bright enough shade of red that it was visible even in the deep recesses of the sports bar. Something that looked a little like understanding and acceptance flashed in her unfocused eyes, and she stood up. She was wobbly and Katie already had her hands out in preparation for disaster, but Connie managed to keep her 2 feet planted firmly on the ground. Then she turned to say something to Katie and must have moved too quickly because all of the color drained out of her face. I'm gonna Ralph, Connie said before slapping her hand over her mouth. And on that note, I think it's time we go. Katie shot him a look of what are you gonna do? Thanks for the beer. Maybe next time, you'll get to drink it. He shoots, he scores? One side of Katie's mouth went up in a half smile that he couldn't interpret. Not that he ever knew what she was thinking. He'd been trying to figure that out for years and was still as clueless as he'd ever been. Never mind, Connie said as she wavered in place. It passed. She let out a drunk's happy sigh and her eyes started to close. Just gonna close her eyes. She giggled. My eyes. Just my. She started to topple before she could finish the sentence. Frank moved fast, but Katie moved faster, getting her arm around Connie's waist and bracing her sister before she could fall to the floor, which was good. Not just for the possible whacking her head part, but also because no one wanted to end up on the floor at Marino's. He'd been here on a possible gas leak once. Seeing the place with the lights on and the floors still sticky almost made Friday nights as a paying customer a thing of the past. But this was the bar where Katie went. So, this is the bar where he went. Not that she noticed him most of the time. But he never missed her. Katie hauled her sister close. Guess we're skipping the third part of phase 1 and going straight to the passing out part. I'd better get her out of here. Here, let me help, he said, going over to Connie and scooping her up into a fireman's hold. I'll carry her to your car. Katie hesitated, as if she was going to argue. He held his breath, because he was doing this so that Connie didn't face plant on the beer-soaked floor, but also because it would give him another few minutes with Katie. He was about to make his case when Katie sighed and shrugged. Come on, she said. I'll bring the car around front. Yeah, like he was going to let her walk alone to her car when the street light in the Marino's parking lot was busted. Not gonna happen. So he followed her out the bar, around to the back of the building, and through the maze of cars parked willy-nilly in the gravel lot. It took her 2 tries to get the passenger door of her Pinto open, and when she did, the hinges squeaked like they were in a horror movie. Connie snuggled into his chest as he carried her over to the car. He smells good, Katie. She poked his pecs with her fingers. Very solid. Definitely can hold you up and bang you against a wall. Blaine can't. He dropped me. Twice. She sniffled and used Frank's Springsteen shirt to wipe her tears. Why doesn't he love me? Because he's a dumbass, Frank said. That earned him a real smile from Katie as she stepped aside so he could put Connie in the car and shut the door. Then he walked Katie around to the driver's side and opened the door for her, noting that the door should have been locked. No, the Pinto wasn't exactly on the list of cars most likely to be stolen, but still, he worried. So, I guess this means I get to buy you another beer sometime, he said as she got in. For a second, she didn't say anything, and the whole world was full of possibilities. Got a motor, Katie finally said. It wasn't a yes, but it also wasn't a no. Frank was going to hold on to that like the fucking sap that he always was when it came to Katie Madigan. He shut her door and stepped back onto the sidewalk in front of Marino's. Someone opened the bar's back door, and the sound of a million conversations and the opening of the police's "every little thing she does is magic" poured out. "Get your ass back in here, Frank," his brother Paul called. "We're next for pool, and I've got money riding on it. Be there in a minute." Paul said something in reply, but Frank wasn't listening anymore. He was watching the one working taillight of Katie's retreating Pinto until she turned left and disappeared out of sight. Then, he made a mental note to stop by Hazel's Auto Parts tomorrow morning for a brake light and a can of WD-40 for the Pinto's hinges, before going back inside. Chapter 3. Katie wasn't hungover. But that didn't mean her eyes weren't bloodshot and her brain didn't feel like it was wrapped in cotton puffs stained with last night's black eyeliner. Nope. She'd spent the night staring at her ceiling and had greeted the day with both eyes still wide open. Why? Because every time she closed them, she saw Frank Hartigan in her rearview mirror, watching her until she turned onto Jackson Street. Fine. That was a lie. Sometimes she saw him without his shirt or pantser. She shook that thought out of her head before she fell down that rabbit hole again. This was not the time for that, and he was not the man for it either. He was the guy men wanted to be friends with and women flocked to. She was not that kind of woman. Not even close. She was the loudmouth who scared off potential dates with all the scary things, her own opinions. The nerd who'd stayed home reading Princess Daisy on New Year's Eve while everyone else danced the night away in Harbor City. The woman who'd left working-class Waterbury to see the world, only to come home a year later with her tail tucked between her legs. Frank had never left. He probably never would. And he liked it that way. He was Waterbury itself. She hated Waterbury, but had accepted that she'd never get out. Wow. Wasn't that a cheery fucking thought to have on a Saturday morning while standing in the tiny galley kitchen of her apartment mixing the Madigan hangover cure for Connie? Her sister sat bleary-eyed on the couch in their living room, with the Afghan blanket Granny had made pulled around her like bubble wrap. "Hey Katie," Connie said, wincing at the volume of her voice even though it was barely above a croak. "A man is breaking into your car." Now that news was a record scratch. Someone was breaking into her car? Who in the world would break into a 1971 Ford Pinto that leaked more oil than she put in? Don't ask. She didn't know that was possible either, and made weird noises when she got it up over 50 on the Harbor City Bridge. Hurrying into the living room, Katie shoved the family hangover cure concoction, 2 raw eggs, a scoop of frozen orange juice concentrate, and a Coke, into Connie's hands and then rushed to the front window. Their apartment had the breathtaking view of the complex's asphalt parking lot, and, if she leaned to the left and squinted hard enough at the sliver of space between 2 buildings, a glimpse of the Harbor City skyline. Usually, the most exciting thing she spotted when she looked out the window was the neighborhood stray cat tormenting Mrs. Marati's mutt while they took their Sunday morning stroll. However, this time the cat wasn't hissing at Rover. Instead, it was on the roof of her car, calmly watching as a man opened up the passenger door. A giant of a man. A red-headed giant of a man. A red-headed giant of a man in a Waterbury Fire Department t-shirt and acid-washed jeans. Her heart sped up and her insides felt like they'd been filled with fizz. Frank Hartigan. Clutching the blanket around her with one hand and the drink with the other, Connie looked toward the window. Why would he break into your car? He's not. Katie looked closer as Frank pulled a blue can out of a Hazel's Auto Parts bag, shook it, and took aim at the hinge, spraying something on it. Connie shot back half the drink, her face turning appropriately green, and then asked, "Why would he do that?" "Do I look like an encyclopedia?" she asked her sister because she was too distracted by Frank's ass in those jeans to formulate any kind of guess. "You look like someone who stole my banana clip." Katie's hand went up to the bright yellow plastic hair accessory she'd snagged out of Connie's drawer in the bathroom. "Borrowed it." Connie shrugged and said, "Whatever," before downing the rest of the hangover cure and leaning back. Ignoring the totally grody belch her sister let out, Katie watched as Frank shut the passenger door, opened it, shut it again, and then repeated the process 3 more times. What is he doing? Connie snuggled more deeply into the Afghan and closed her eyes. There's one way to find out. Yeah, she could open up the window and holler down. But the landlord had painted it shut like an asshole. The only other option was. Katie flinched, her hand going to her stomach that was suddenly swishing its contents, like she'd just ingested the Madigan hangover cure. She whirled around to glare at her sister. I'm not going down there. So you're just going to let Frank Hartigan steal your car? Connie didn't even bother to open her eyes. Interesting way to keep yourself away from him. Because he'll be in jail, or worse, if I tell our brothers. I am not keeping myself away from him, and you better not tell our brothers anything. She glanced back out the window at the man in question. He'd shut the passenger door and was now repeating the squirt, open, shut process with the driver's side door. Our paths just don't cross. Connie cracked one eye open and managed to shoot at Katie a "you're full of shit" look. Because you make sure of it. Except last night. What she wouldn't give to tell her sister she was full of shit. The problem? She wasn't. Oh yeah, she'd told herself it was all for a free beer last night. But it was hard to lie to yourself in the morning light even when it was overcast. Not that she would admit this to her twin. Yeah, Connie knew. But knowing and having confirmation were 2 different things. Oh my God, Katie said, turning away from the window and heading toward the front door. Talking to Frank is better than trying to make sense of you. Ignoring her sister's mumbled reply, which sounded suspiciously like a Shakespeare quote about protesting too much, she marched out the apartment door, down the 3 flights of stairs, and out into the cool, crisp November air to find a man she most definitely did not want to see again was replacing her taillight? Yeah, no. She couldn't have him being helpful 2 days in a row. She could not, be one more in the long line of Waterbury women trying to snag Frank. Really, even to imagine it was to admit that the snobs at the university had been right. She was just a working-class Waterbury stereotype, because there wasn't anything more Waterbury than falling for Frank Hartigan. So she wouldn't. There. Crisis averted. Brain set straight and libido back in check, she walked across the parking lot to her Pinto. Did she wish she'd taken the time to swipe on some sour grapes Bonnie Bell lip smackers? Yes, but only because her lips were chapped. It was nearly Thanksgiving. The air was dry. Crossing her arms, she gave Frank her best "I don't like you" glare. My sister called the cops. He scoffed and went back to screwing in the new taillight bulb. No, she didn't. What makes you say that? Sure, she hadn't, but he didn't know that. How could he? Because you've been watching me for the past 5 minutes, and the precinct is on the corner. He closed her trunk and dropped the burnt-out bulb she'd been meaning to replace into the Hazel's auto parts bag. Someone would have been here by now. How rude of him to use logic on her like that. Why did you change my taillight? She asked, because if there was one thing she'd learned growing up with a dozen siblings, it was to switch directions when your argument wasn't getting the job done. It was out. Frank rested his way too grabbable ass against her trunk and crossed his arms. Yeah, he was probably mimicking her current stance, but it also drew her attention to his biceps, and that just wasn't fair. She'd spent way too much time thinking about his arms and how strong they were last night, after he'd carried Connie to the car. So, she said, her smart mouth running on automatic since her brain was otherwise occupied in fantasy land. I could have done that. Never said you couldn't. He adjusted his black Ray-Bans and gave her a lazy smile that did things to her insides that she would not acknowledge. And now that it's done, I gotta get over to the firehouse. He glanced down at his watch. My shift starts in 15. Katie wet her lips with her tongue, trying to push down the realization that this little bit of news disappointed her. It shouldn't. Why would she care that he had to go to work where he'd probably spend the next 24 hours rescuing the cats that Waterbury's population of single women had left in trees in hopes he was on shift? I'm not interested in going out with you. He pushed off her car and took a few steps forward, stopping right on the edge of being too close, and lowered his sunglasses just enough to see over the top. Why not? Because, okay, even with her heart beating like she'd just gotten done with the annual Waterbury turkey trot while carrying a Pyrex of her grandma's scalloped potatoes, that sounded dumb. That's it? He took a step closer. Just because. He wasn't touching her, but somehow that made it even worse. Instead of feeling his hands on her suddenly overly stimulated skin, she had to imagine them. The heat of his touch, the weight of his fingers, the press of his palms against her waist, her ass, her breasts. Looking up at his face, because he was so damn tall, she could see the way the sun turned some strands of his red hair to gold, and noticed the small pale scar on the underside of his chin. Worst of all, she couldn't ignore the sizzle of attraction that made the little bit of air between them crackle. The urge to act on it had her pulse jackrabbiting as she struggled to remember what he'd asked her. Yes, she said, the word coming out less than 100% sure. Just because. He pushed up his sunglasses and stepped back. Interesting. No, it wasn't. It was boring sorta, like her life in Waterbury, which is all it ever could or would be. Still, she couldn't help but ask, why? Because, he said as he picked up the bag with a can of WD-40 and her old brake light bulb inside. I think you're interested. He straightened and looked right at her. You're just scared because of the way that douchebag Adler cheats on your sister. You think that I'd do that to you. The creep couldn't keep his zipper shut if his life depended on it, but that didn't mean Frank was right. In fact, he couldn't be more wrong. If some idiot cheated on her, well, that was about him, not her, and she could give a flying fuck about getting rid of a loser like that. No, she knew not all men were like the creep. She also knew that, no matter how much she fought it, her life was just going to be one boring day after another until she died. She wouldn't get to travel the world. She wouldn't get to have adventures. She wouldn't wake up in the morning not knowing what wild pitch life would throw at her that day. She had 60, maybe 70, years of the absolutely expected ahead of her. She knew what to expect with Frank Hartigan. If she told him she was interested, she'd become another name on his long list of conquests, and nothing more. But instead of telling him that, she simply shrugged and said, "Oh, you've got me all figured out." Not even close, he said in a low, gravelly voice that sounded way more serious than he usually was. Well, guess I'll be on my way. He turned and started to walk across the parking lot toward the corner. Katie watched, dumbfounded but not so much that she missed the way his broad shoulders stretched his t-shirt before coming to her senses. Let Frank Hartigan have the last word? Not in this lifetime. That's it, she called, stalking after him. She nearly caught up with him as words started tumbling out of her mouth. You're not going to turn on the charm? Pop your pecs? Do that grin thing you do with other women? She winced the second she could stop herself from saying more. There were times when that Madigan big mouth thing was too much truth and not enough story. Frank stopped only a single step in front of her. Slowly, he turned around, his lips curled into an all-too-knowing smile. You been watching me? She shook her head. No. Liar. He closed the distance between them, flexing his hands but keeping them at his sides, before leaning down so his lips practically touched her ear and whispering, but maybe next time we run into each other, I'll do the grin thing. Katie couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. She wasn't sure what her own name was. But she did know that the giant jerk of a man had her entire being tuned into him. What would he do next? Would he kiss her? Nibble her earlobe? Hook his fingers into the belt loops of her jeans and yank her against him? She didn't know. For once in her life, she had no freaking idea what was going to happen next. Whatever it was, she wanted it badly. So, very, very badly. Eyes closed, lips parted in anticipation, she didn't dare move. But the air around her did, and she opened her eyes to find Frank 2 steps back, his jaw clenched and his mouth in a grim line. Drive safe, Katie, he said, his voice tight. And then he left. He just turned around and walked down the street in the direction of the firehouse 2 blocks down, leaving Katie wanting and embarrassed and overheated and mortified in God, so many damn things. What had just happened? She was Katie Madigan. She always knew what someone was going to do next. She knew when her mom was going to sneak out into the alley to light up the Marlboros she'd sworn she quit. She knew when her brothers were getting ready to pull a prank. She knew when Connie was about to give in and let the creep have another chance. She knew when her third graders were sneaking bubble gum in class. She knew. She always knew. But not this time, and there was no way she was going to let Frank get away with that. Chapter 4. Grin thing? What in the fuck was the grin thing? Frank had spent the past 4 hours at the firehouse trying to figure it out, and he still had no clue. Sure, he smiled. He smirked. He probably even fucking grinned. But what was a grin thing? Was it good? Bad? Gag me with a spoon gross? Did she like it or hate it or get all weirded out by it? Should he never do it again, or should he be doing it all the time? What'd he give for a fire call right now? False alarm, abandoned building, car fire on the parkway, anything to give him something more to do than mop the floors or check the water hoses for wear and tear. Yeah, all of that needed to happen, but it gave him too much time in his head, and he wasn't exactly a thinkin' guy kind of guy. He was a doin' kind of guy, which explained his job choice. Katie Madigan, though, had him spinning. Shanahan, he hollered at the guy working the scrub brush over the front of the aerial truck. What's it mean when a woman says you do a grin thing? The other man stopped mid-motion, puffed up his chest, and gave him the kind of cocky look that had Frank immediately realizing he'd made a horrible mistake. Fuck if I know, Shanahan said, but I can tell you all about the leg over one shoulder while holding her ass up thing. That's a good one, Jansen said from his spot on top of the truck, where he was checking the ladder. After he tells you all about it, I'll educate you on the importance of the jackhammer move. It's legendary. What in the fuck had he been thinking in opening his mouth? You hadn't been thinking Frankie boy story of your life. Also the reason why you run into burning buildings instead of working inside of them like your brother Mikey, as he was more often called at the family dinners on Sunday at his parents' house, Mikey the stockbroker. I'm surrounded by idiots, he grumbled. Hey man, Jansen said. You chose the job. Not wrong, but he still had enough of the Hartigan stubbornness not to give in that easily. This place needs a better screening process for job candidates. Yeah, Booker said as he rinsed off the spot Frank had been scrubbing. They'll let just anyone run into a burning building around here. What's wrong, Hartigan? Your special order uniform pants tied on your balls and got you as pissy as my sister on her period? O'Rourke asked. Frank glanced over his shoulder at the asshole with a clipboard who'd somehow managed to talk the captain into giving him light duty because he thought he was coming down with the flu. More like he had a Saturday morning hangover from a night of shotgunning cans of black market cores brought to Harbor City by a Burt Reynolds lookalike in a black Trans Am, so the rest of the crew had to pick up the slack, and not for the first time. Yeah, there was a reason why O'Rourke was one of Blaine Adler's toady friends. She was a complete and total dipshit. Not all of us can be born gymnasts, O'Rourke, Frank said, poking a finger into the man's biggest insecurity. O'Rourke's cheeks turned bright red, and he shot up from the bench in front of the lockers with more speed than a man worried about barfing up breakfast because of a bug should be capable of mustering. He quick-footed it over to the truck. Too bad for you, because my height puts me right at eye level with all the best hits in town. Frank scoffed and turned back to the soot and splattered bugs on the truck's grip steps. And that's as close as you will or ever should get to them. That's not what your sister said, O'Rourke sneered. If the douchebag meant to get a rise out of Frank by name-checking his sister and the toughest Hartigan to ever set foot in Waterbury, it wasn't gonna happen. If you ever got within arm's length of Francine, she'd knock you flat, Frank said. Again. O'Rourke's face went another 6 shades darker. He got right up in Frank's face, which would have been intimidating if the guy hadn't been a foot shorter and close to 100 pounds lighter. That was 6th grade, he said, still obviously seething about something that happened 15 years ago. And you're still the same shit-for-brains asshole, Frank shot back. And she could still lay you out. Children, Ed Madigan snarled from the doorway of his office. How about you shut your mouths before I assign extra cleaning duties? It's been a while since the shower tiles got a good toothbrush cleaning. You got it, Cap, Frank said, not looking away from O'Rourke. The shrimp on steroids glared up at Frank. Won't happen again, Captain. See that it doesn't. After shooting them a fuck with me and you'll regret it look that closely resembled the one his daughter Katie handed out like candy on Halloween, Captain Madigan walked back into his office, the door behind him closing with an emphatic thunk. O'Rourke's face was all twisted up with rage, but he pulled back on whatever dumb idea he was considering. Instead, he pointed his clipboard at the aerial truck. You missed a spot. Then he turned and walked back to the bench he'd been sitting on all afternoon while the rest of the crew did the daily maintenance. One of these days, the punk was going to get his ass handed to him, but it wouldn't be today. Unfortunately, Frank didn't know a lot, but he knew he didn't want to let a fight with a shithead like O'Rourke be the reason he didn't get promoted. Okay, fight was being generous. It would be 2 hits Frank's fist and O'Rourke's ass landing on the ground, but everyone knew that. So instead, he did the smartest thing he could. He went back to scrubbing the truck and trying to forget Katie Madigan and her baffling, grin thing comment. An hour later, he still didn't have a clue what it meant, but the truck was washed. The smell of the chili Antony was making for dinner wafted out of the firehouse kitchen, and O'Rourke was signing the maintenance-completed paperwork as the captain watched from his open office door. All was right with the world. Oh shit, Jansen muttered. She's here. Before Frank could open his mouth, Shanahan asked, Who's here? The wicked bitch of Waterbury, O'Rourke answered. Frank's pulse ticked up to levels that would concern the crew's EMTs while the rest of him froze. There was only one woman that Adler's circle of shithead friends would call that nickname. The only one who called their douchebag ringleader out on his shit every time he broke her sister's heart. The captain is right over there. What in the fuck is wrong with you, O'Rourke? Jansen asked, but the blood rushing in Frank's ears made it so he could barely hear him. Wait, don't answer. We'll be here all shift if you do. O'Rourke snapped something back, but Frank didn't give enough of a shit to listen, especially not after he turned around and spotted Katie Madigan standing in the open bay doors holding an avocado green Tupperware container. Her hair was poofed up more than usual thanks to the wind that sent the fall leaves flying down the sidewalks and clogging up the storm drains. She had on blue tights, pink leg warmers, a lime-colored leotard, and an oversized members-only jacket. Her cheeks were flushed and her skin was shiny after whatever workout she'd just finished. She didn't just look good. She looked amazing. And she was looking right at him. Frank didn't think about it, no surprise there, but it was like his whole mouth just started moving on its own accord. His lips curled into a smile he couldn't flatten back into a line if he tried. Earth to Hartigan, Shanahan said in a low voice as he stood next to Frank. Remember that grin thing you were asking about earlier? Well, I'm pretty damn sure you're doing it right now at the captain's daughter. That's a really bad idea. It was, but it wasn't like he was known for having great ones. Chapter 5. Katie's jazzercise class had made her sweat, but seeing Frank again made her hot. This was not something she was proud of, and it should never have happened in the first place. He wasn't her type. Firefighter? No thank you. Mr. Muscles? Not her thing. A cocky attitude that made her want to forget she knew better? Gag her with a spoon. Her type was Professorial Harrison Ford in Raiders of the Lost Ark, not a red-headed, hulking Conan the Barbarian. And yet, here she was, with mouth dry and brain blank, staring at the last man in Waterbury who should be giving her all of the best kind of bad ideas. I brought cookies, she said, holding out the Tupperware container filled with her mom's oatmeal raisin cookies. Wow, Madigan. Way to really show that man that he has zero impact on your brain's ability to function. Yeah, well, your brain can suck it because your eyes have to process seeing Frank in a tight t-shirt because he's so jacked up there's no other kind for him, and it's doing things to you. Am I having an argument with myself over Frank fucking Hartigan? Yep. I am so very, very screwed. For my dad, she said, her cheeks burning with the heat of 1,000 suns as Frank stood there doing that grin thing at her. I brought cookies. For my dad. My mom asked me to drop them off. For him. My dad. Are they chocolate chip? The guy standing next to Frank asked. Sugar. Another offered in question. Benny O'Rourke, the creep's sycophant best friend, took a few steps closer to Eros if she wanted to be anywhere, even kind of close to him, and asked, brown butter. She was just gathering up enough brain cells to first take a solid step away from Benny, and second disclose they were oatmeal raisin, when a stiff wind blew in from behind, sending a smattering of orange-colored leaves into the open bay door. That was immediately followed by the unmistakable sound of high heels clicking on the pavement, which cut through the static in her ears with an "oh God, really" sense of dread. "Imagine seeing you here, Catherine," Sandy O'Shea said, before snapping her gum loud enough that the pigeons on the firehouse lawn scattered. "Those cookies will just go perfect with the tray of ziti I brought as a little thanks for these hardworking fellas who saved my life." Katie barely bit back a groan, but couldn't stop the eye roll. As her mom always told her, "Katie, if your mouth doesn't say it, your face sure will." Her mom wasn't wrong. Still, it was hard not to react when Sandy had been milking her so-called brush with death for the past 3 months. "It was a trash fire on the street," Katie said, unable to stop the words from coming out. The other woman held her aluminum foil-covered Pyrex dish tighter to her chest and looked off into the middle distance. "But it was so close to my house that some days it's like I can still feel the flames." "The dumpster was at the end of the alley," Katie said, knowing she should just ignore the other woman. But Sandy had been a bully since their days at St. Bernadette's School for Girls, and what little give-a-shit Katie once possessed was now just a memory. Sandy jerked her focus to Katie, giving her a tight smile. "Aren't you just a fond of factoids today?" "Ladies," Benny said, rocking back on his heels with a smug look on his freckled face, as if they were both there to specifically see his scrawny ass. "There are enough stomachs for all of it. And my special bacon-stuffed, twice-baked potatoes, too?" a woman asked. Katie and Sandy turned in unison as Carla Esposito walked up with a foil-covered platter. Carla was famous in the neighborhood for her twice-baked potatoes. No school, church, or civic fundraiser was complete without the man they always disappeared fast. Sorta like Carla's shitty ex-husband who'd emptied their bank account 6 months ago and split for parts unknown. What was it with Waterbury men? The town was full of jerks. Which is why Katie was single and planned on staying that way. "There's always room for your potatoes," one of the guys said with the kind of enthusiasm Katie's now growling stomach agreed with. They were all about to head inside, the men all focused on the food, except Frank, and the women all staring at the firefighters, except Katie, when a car backfired. They all jolted in surprise and turned toward the street in time to see Brittany Gershon pull into a parking spot in front of the firehouse. A puff of smoke from the El Camino's tailpipe hung in the air before a breeze blew it away. Brittany got out of the car, tucked her spiral-permed blonde hair behind one ear, gave them a jaunty wave, and went straight to the back of her El Camino. "Hope I'm not too late for your dinner," Brittany called before she hauled a crockpot wrapped in an orange and maroon bath towel and duct tape out of the car's truck bed. She made her way over to what was now a crowd of women and firefighters in front of the open bay doors. "I made a big batch of beef stew. Just what you need on a crisp fall evening." They walked together into the firehouse as some sort of 16-legged, awkward mass of hungry, in more ways than one, humanity before stopping next to the shiny red fire truck. No one seemed sure what to do next. That's when the door to the captain's office opened and Katie's dad walked out. He took one look at the group, raised his bushy white eyebrows, and snorted as if he knew something all of the rest of them were clueless about. "Well, aren't we the lucky ones?" Ed said as he rubbed his hands together on the short walk from his office to the group. "Did you have a meeting to figure out what to bring?" "No," the women all said at once, Sandy with a little more too than the rest of them. "Actually," Katie said, holding out the Tupperware she'd gotten off the counter at her parents' house. "Mom sent me with the cookies for you." "Thanks, pumpkin," he said with a grin. You sticking around for this feast? The glare Sandy sent her way almost made her want to say yes. Then she made the mistake of glancing at Frank, who was still doing the grin thing. Her formerly stable stomach did a wobble and a wave. She wasn't a chicken. No one with the last name Madigan in Waterbury could bite, just wasn't how the baker's dozen of them were made. But she was already stepping back toward escape before the first word came out of her mouth. No, she said without pausing her retreat. I have plans. Her dad waggled his eyebrows at her. Hot date? Not even close. But she didn't have plans either, so in for a penny, in for a pound of lies. Well, before you go, he said, landing a hand on her shoulder and steering her away from freedom and toward his office, I have a favor to ask. The rest of the group, including Frank, who she did not look over to watch, she just had a neck twit, made their way from the bay to the kitchen where the rest of the crew let out a few whistles of appreciation at the edible bounty they'd been surprised with. Katie set the Tupperware on her dad's disaster of a desk. How did one person make such a mess? And sat down in his guest chair. So, what are you up to? Whatever it was, it had to be good with the way his eyes were sparkling. Holy hell, her brothers all got the same look when they were about to pull off one of their infamous pranks. He shut the office door with a firm click, looked around as if there was a chance they weren't alone, and then clapped with excitement. Fitzy's retiring, and I was voluntold to make it a night the crotchety old goat would never forget. As if her dad wouldn't have jumped at the opportunity to send one of his best friends off in style. You say that like you don't love the guy. Don't say that too loud, he groused with a wink. You'll ruin my reputation. Katie rolled her eyes at her dad. As if everyone in Waterbury didn't already know he was a total softie. So you want my help with planning? She asked. You got it. Thanks, Pumpkin, you're the best. Her dad settled down behind his desk. I'll let Hartigan know he'll be working with you on this. Katie's stomach bypassed her toes and went straight through the soles of her tennis shoes. Why would he be involved? Because one of the benefits of having underlings is you get to volunteer people to do things, her dad said with a shrug. Nope. Not a chance. She'd go out to the drive-in with Benny O'Rourke before she'd work on a project with Frank Hartigan. Her sanity, her temper, and her panties would be safer that way. I'm sure he can handle it on his own, she said as she stood, trying to back toward the door without looking like she was. Hartigan. Her dad scoffed. I can trust the man at a fire, but for party planning he needs help. He looked her right in the eye, and there wasn't even a hint of a glint of a sparkle in his baby blues. Your help. Katie stopped in her wimpy, sneaking away tracks. Dad. Look, he's a good kid, and he needs a win to get on the promotion board's radar. Which was not her problem. It wasn't. Life wasn't fair. Why should she put any of her days of the week panties in jeopardy for Frank's promotional chances? There was only one answer. She shouldn't. Letting out a quick breath, she straightened her shoulders. Then she shot her dad the who-me face that always worked for Connie, so it should work for Katie since they had pretty much the exact same face. I'm sure he'll do a marvelous job without help from me, and the Badge Brigade will discover his genius in due time, she said, using her dad's nickname for an administrative process that he said was 30% proving a person's skill and 70% ass-kissing. Her dad leaned back in his chair and folded his hands over his cookie-built belly. You're probably right. You usually are, and I understand if you'd rather not help. He let out an I get it sigh. I mean, a single woman like you around a guy like Hartigan? With his reputation when it comes to women? Who wants it? He grimaced and shook his head. Not me. I love you too much to see you get yourself involved with him, even if it's just to plan a retirement party. Oh no. She knew this game. It worked on her brothers. Sometimes it worked on Connie. It was not gonna work on her, no matter how fake understanding her dad looked right now. I wouldn't, she said, giving herself a mental high five for not taking the bait. Of course not, her dad said. She glared at the Tupperware container on his desk. I brought the cookies for you because Mom asked me to, not for him. Exactly, he said as he popped open the lid and took out a cookie. She crossed her arms. I am not someone who falls for guys like him. Never thought you'd be any other way. He pointed a half-eaten cookie at her. My Katie Madigan is too smart for that kind of foolishness. He was good. Their mom used to tell all of the Madigan kids about what a catch their dad had been back in the day and how he could charm a nun into a goodnight kiss. It was at times like this, when her resolve started to shake, that Katie believed it. Nice try, Dad, but I'm not gonna do it, she said, wishing she sounded more sure of herself than she did. Hartigan can plan Fitzy's retirement by himself. Her dad popped the rest of the cookie into his mouth and had the audacity to look bashful. Can't blame an old man for wanting to win a bet. What bet? The question was out of her mouth before she could stop it. Straightening up in his chair, her dad leaned forward. He pressed his forearms against the top of his desk and said in a near whisper, Fitzy bet me you wouldn't work with Hartigan. I said of course you would, because that man couldn't intimidate you or cause you a second of thinking about what if. Her gut clenched. He doesn't. I know. He nodded enthusiastically before relaxing back against his chair. Don't worry about it. I'll just let your mother know that our anniversary dinner will be delayed for a few paychecks. And there it was. Kill shot loaded. Dad. Pumpkin, it's not a big deal. He held up his hands in a placating manner and gave her an indulgent smile. When you've been married as long as your mother and I have, you'll understand that sometimes you have to put aside your own wants, like going to that fancy restaurant your mother's had her heart set on paid for by my winnings for your children. Kill shot fired. Direct hit. All of Katie's breath left her lungs in one big whoosh. She'd been set up. She should never have answered her phone when her mom called. She should never have agreed to bring her dad the cookies. She should never have walked into his office when he said he needed a favor. None of that had happened without forethought and planning by both her parents. Oh yes, her mom's fingerprints were all over this. They were as plentiful as the raisins in each oatmeal cookie. They'd set her up, together. You're evil, you know that? She asked with a surrendering sigh. Only when it's for your own good, her dad replied, with the cheer of a parent who knew he'd won. And how is working with Frank Hartigan for my own good? Because... He winked at her. Your mother and I want grandchildren before we're too old to play with them. Brain poisoned by the unwelcome idea of adorable, red-headed babies, at least 7 of them, all of her thoughts scattered. The only thing going on between her ears was the sound of static. She went momentarily silent, but then pulled herself together as quickly as a woman who most definitely did not want at least 7 mischievous red-headed kids could, and stared down her dad. If you want grandchildren, go be pushy with any of your dozen other children. Oh, I will, he said, without even a hint of shame. Doubt not, Pumpkin, that I will. Good. Great. Perfect. Let the rest of her siblings feel her pain. Maybe their parents would get lucky with one of the others, but they sure wouldn't with her. No way. I'll plan the party with Frank, she said, stealing her resolve. But you aren't getting any grandchildren out of it, not a single one. Her dad grabbed another cookie. Whatever you say, Pumpkin. She did say it. Swore it. Vowed it. Nothing was going to happen between her and Frank Hartigan. Not even a single, measly little kiss. Chapter 6. Katie wasn't avoiding Frank. She'd been busy. First, there were her duties as a sister. Connie wasn't crying into her beer any longer, but she was starting to remember some of the less shitty things about the creep. Like an idiot, Katie was convinced that if she could just keep her sister distracted, Connie would skip over the go-back-to-him stage of her on-again, off-again relationship. Distraction took time. Then, there was her job. Her third graders weren't going to teach themselves their multiplication tables. Well, Hakeem was, but that kid had entered 3rd grade reading at a 7th grade level. He was on his own smarter-than-smart track. People like to think that teachers came in when the first bell rang and left at the dismissal bell. Those people were wrong. There was arriving bus duty, lunch duty, recess duty, departing bus duty, after-school parent meetings, teacher meetings, planning for the next unit, and always a backpack full of daily work to take home and grade. She definitely wasn't eating bonbons with her feet up on her desk. Lastly, she had to wash her hair. Okay, fine. That last one was weak, but she obviously needed to shake her brain back in place because, since the firehouse, there hadn't been a night when she didn't slide her fingers down her panties and get off to Frank Hartigan. Or a morning when she didn't make strategic use of the detachable shower head. Or an afternoon before Connie got off her shift at Radio Shack. Or the blaring sound of the school's fire alarm jolted her off the thought path she didn't want to be on in the first place and back to the school's playground. A group of students were huddled around the vent that blasted excess heat from the school's boiler out into the "it's fall but it feels like winter" air. Gotta love autumn in the Northeast, where it's sunny and 50 degrees one day and a breakout ice scraper 30 degrees the next. Come on, girls, Katie called to the huddled students. We have to go meet the rest of our class at our designated spot on the sidewalk. But it's a drill, Casey said. There's no actual fire. It's just stop, drop, and roll day. Someone had totally been listening at the door of the teacher's lounge again in order to know that faculty-only information. Every year, the administrators tried to keep the date quiet so the kids would get to practice for a fire without actually know they were practicing. It rarely worked out that way because the kids were expert-level eavesdroppers. However, the fire safety presentation put on by the Waterbury Fire Department and the plastic fire hats they gave out was always appreciated, even without the surprise factor. I'm too cold to move, Angie said as she ruined her own argument by wrapping her arms around herself and squeezing the sidewalk. Katie nodded her head to where the rest of the kids and teachers were gathering. Let's go. The pack of girls groaned, but marched with Katie across the gravel, past the merry-go-round and pair of metal seesaws, to stand with the rest of their class until the all-clear double beep sounded. When they all filed back inside, the warmth made everyone let out sighs of appreciation. Katie led them into the cafeteria, where the firefighters had already set up on the small stage on the west end of the room. The usual suspects from the Community Engagement Division were up there, along with the addition of Spot, the one-eared Dalmatian from her dad's station, who was doing happy spins at seeing all the kids. The guy from Community Engagement who held the end of Spot's leash was doing his best to keep the hyperactive pup from diving off the edge of the stage, but it wasn't looking good for him. Scanning the stage, Katie looked for whoever from her dad's station had drawn the short straw to give the fire prevention speech to the kids. Her skin sizzled with sudden anticipation half a second before someone walked up beside her and Frank said, "Figured you wouldn't be able to avoid me here." "I haven't been avoiding you," she said as she pivoted to face him. "I've been busy." It wasn't fair that she had to tilt her chin up just to glare at him while he stood with his hands behind his back, watching her like she was the most fascinating woman in the world. She was tall enough that, most of the time, she almost eye level with whichever guy had decided to try her patience, which was exactly what Frank was doing. Oh, he might think he was flirting with her, but she was immune to his charm. Just because her Pinto's passenger door didn't squeak loudly enough to be heard 4 blocks away anymore didn't mean she was softening to him. She was an ice block that the man couldn't melt. Then he did the grin thing, and she defrosted a little. It was only a few degrees, but it was enough to make her breath catch and her heart speed up. And when he leaned down so his lips were close to her ear, her heart went from racing on Tatooine fast to warp speed in the Millennium Falcon fast. "Sounds like someone needs some help relaxing," he said, his words brushing against the shell of her ear. In an instant, she was so not relaxed that she wasn't sure she'd ever relax again. Her cheeks flushed. Her brain was going 1,000,000 miles an hour and stuck in neutral at the same time. Every single nerve in her body was alert and zeroed in on Frank. The man was a menace, an absolute, without a doubt, menace. "Lucky you," he continued, his low voice curling around her as sure as a touch. "I'm very good at helping people relax." It took everything she had to not give in to the promise he offered. She was an Arctic iceberg, A Fudgy the Whale ice cream cake fresh out of the freezer, a toilet seat first thing in the morning in February. There was nothing in the world colder than she was. "So I've heard," she said, keeping her gaze locked on Spot, who was now lying on his back, tummy exposed, in hopes that the kids would storm the stage and start petting him. "Your reputation is all over the bathroom walls at Marino's." So she exaggerated. It wasn't written so much as it was told, like a tall tale making its way from woman to woman throughout Waterbury. The story of the well-hung, red-headed firefighter who'd made them feel things they'd only read about in their candlelight ecstasy books was legendary. There was no way it was actually true. But that didn't stop the belief that, if you wanted to get well laid, Frank Hartigan was the man willing and able to do it. Frank winked and her heart fluttered, obviously against her will or better sense. "Just getting ready for you," he said. "Why, because I'm the one woman in Waterbury who doesn't want you?" she asked, her voice breathier than she wanted it to be at that moment. "No," he winked at her. "Because you do." Katie would have responded if she could, but every thought in her head jerked to a stop. Luckily, she was saved from him realizing this by the principal, Mr. Cyrus, walking out on stage. "Settle down, children," the principal said, ignoring Spot's baleful glances. "We're about to begin." "That's my cue," Frank said before turning on the mic that she'd been too distracted to notice he was holding. "Hello, Joyce Kilmer Elementary. I'm firefighter Frank Hartigan. Lieutenants Casimir and Stanton are on stage, and the star of our show today is Spot, the Station 5 dog." The kids, who'd all turned in their chairs to see him at the back of the room, clapped, and there were a few requests to go pet Spot before Frank continued. "We're here to talk to you about something that could save your life. But before we start, we're going to need a volunteer." Chaos erupted. The kids hollered and waved their hands in the air to be piqued, no doubt hoping they were volunteering to hold Spot's leash. "The volunteer needs to have brownish-red hair," Frank said. About 3/4 of the kids' hands went down. Katie side-eyed him. What was he up to? "And they need to be wearing blue," he said. More hands went down. Glancing down at her baby blue blouse with a pussy bow and matching loose, flared skirt that her mom had made from a McCall's pattern, her stomach started to twist up. He wouldn't. He couldn't. And they need to be about. He lifted his hand so it was level with the top of Katie's head this tall. He did. The total butt head did. She closed her eyes and let out a sigh of resignation as the remaining kids whose hands were still up let them fall. "I'll get you back for this," she muttered while the students chanted, "Miss Madigan, Miss Madigan." He didn't look the least bit worried that she'd have her revenge. "Agree to meet me after school so we can plan Fitz's party, and I'll let you off the hook." He held out his hand to shake on it. She didn't notice how big his hand was, or how long his fingers were, or wonder, even for the shortest of seconds, whether it was a man's hands or feet that equated the size of his cock. She didn't want to know, not when it came to him. She could never find out and still die the happiest of women in her icy fortress of solitude. Anyway, she'd already said she'd plan the party with him. She'd have to meet with him eventually. Agreeing with him now just got her the added benefit of not having to make a fool of herself in front of the entire school. "Fine. I agree," she said with a sigh. "I'll meet you at the station." She reached out and shook his hand. A sizzle of awareness skittered across her skin, like a warning of very good bad things ahead. She didn't yank her hand away, but her move was sudden enough that there was no way he didn't realize the effect he had on her. "Perfect," he said, flashing the grin at her. "There's only one thing. I'm off today, so I'm not at the station. I'll meet you at the mall, at the Sears entrance." Realization that she'd been set up hit her full in the face. "What are you doing here if you're not even working?" "Getting you to have an orange Julius with me," he said, with no remorse. "I'm only going to talk about the party," she grumbled. "It's not a date." "Of course it's not." He shrugged, as if she were silly to even consider he'd think it was a date. "I'll even let you buy." Then he was making his way through the cafeteria, telling the kids that he changed his mind about volunteers, but not to worry. There would be time after the presentation for anyone who wanted to pet Spot to have a turn. Not surprisingly, the cafeteria erupted into cheers. And by the time he reached the stage to start his spiel about stop, drop, and roll, the kids were all eating out of his hand, which she would not be doing at Orange Julius. She wouldn't. She was not going to fall for his Hartigan charm. It was not a date. Chapter 7. The food court around the Orange Julius at the Waterbury Mall was packed. That wasn't a surprise, considering it was after school on a weekday. The mall was the hangout spot for anyone under 18. Yes, the over 65 crowd spent the afternoon's power walking laps around the lower level. The food court, however, was the teenagers' domain. With their hair held skyward by the power of Aquanet, they sat at the tables surrounded by Auntie Anne's hot dog on a stick, and yes, Orange Julius. From the Tower Records at one end of the food court to the arcade on the other, it was nothing but teens in parachute pants and neon bangles. Well, except for her and Frank. They were in a pastel pink, yellow, and blue booth on opposite sides of the table, facing each other down over the location of Fitz's retirement party. "We cannot have it at Marino's," Katie said, shaking her head the ridiculousness of honoring a man's service to the community by having his party at a place decorated with neon beer signs and electric dartboards. Frank sighed and sat back against the vinyl seat. Why not? It's a bar. The one that she hung out at when she went out to grab a beer, but it wasn't like there was much choice in Waterbury. It wasn't like she lived in Paris or Rome or even Harbor City. Frank picked up his Orange Julius and sucked up a mouthful of the frozen orange, milk, sugar, and vanilla concoction that shouldn't be delicious, but absolutely was before responding with, "Everyone's going to be drinking anyway." That was true. It was going to be bottles of Bud, rum and Cokes, and Long Island iced teas all night long, but still this was an event, not a backyard barbecue. "It's a retirement party," she shot back. "For a guy who has been with the fire department for 30 years, Frank said. "The man knows what firefighters are like." "Don't you think it should be somewhere a little classier than a bar?" she asked, tapping her pen on her spiral notebook since she'd already circled the word "where" about 50 million times. "We're firemen," he said with a laugh. "We're not exactly the classy type." Yeah, if a person was into nice suits and fancy things, the fire department wasn't usually the job they applied to. Even if they were into those things, it wasn't like they could afford them on a firefighter's salary anyway. Desperate for somewhere anywhere at that was better than Marino's and still in their budget, she asked, "What about the Firemen's Association Hall?" "Kitchen fire last week," Frank said after finishing off the last of his Orange Julius. "The whole place smells like charred chili beans and singed farts." That was more description than she needed. "Gag me." "Pretty much," he said with a shrug. Not wanting to give in, but unable to shake off the mental scent of burnt chili and farts, she tried to come up with any other possibility. St. Bernadette's wouldn't allow alcohol. The Park Service had banned firefighter events after the last retirement party involved a bonfire that had gotten out of hand. And the skate rink? A round of Shoot the Duck had resulted in a 10-firefighter pileup that had left 4 stations short-handed for a week. There were no other options. This was why she'd wanted to get out of Waterbury as soon as she'd graduated high school. It was always like this. Then you added in the fact that every one of her 12 brothers and sisters were still here, her parents, the vast majority of aunts and uncles and grandparents on both sides, and it was somehow overwhelming and boring at the same time. She was trapped. Yes, she'd accepted her fate, but sometimes she still wished she could get out of Waterbury and actually have adventures. But this was what she had. The same old options. No excitement. No something new. She had Marino's. All she could do was make the best of it. Just like she'd had to when she'd given up on being someone new in the big city, transferred colleges, and come home. "Hello, my so-called rad life? You forgot me." "So," she said with a sigh, "if we have it at Marino's, we can bring in a podium and set it up on the stage." She started writing a to-do list in her notebook. "We can curtain off the dartboards. Maybe put some tabletops over the pool table for the buffet. Frank's mouth curled up into the grin as he leaned forward with his arms on the table. You're a natural-born problem solver. Stop flirting. She kept her gaze firmly on her list and not on Frank's muscular forearms. She wasn't interested. Didn't care. Was unenthralled. I'm immune. It's not flirting if it's the truth, he said, all cocky confidence, and we both know you're not immune to me. Yeah, Frank had the reputation of being an airhead, but all a person had to do was spend some time with him to know that wasn't the case. He might not be book smart, but that wasn't the only kind of smart that mattered in the world. Still, he couldn't be more off base with this. She might think about him when she got off. Fine, she did think of him when she got off, but that didn't mean she was taken in by him. What makes you think that? She asked, adding quickly, because it's wrong. The grin didn't falter, but it changed. If anyone asked her to describe the difference, she wasn't sure if she could, but it made her mouth go dry and her heart speed up. Everything inside her that had been settled and sure got all loosey-goosey. It was like being on a roller coaster when it stops at the top of the first big loop-de-loop, and you know what's coming, but you don't at the same time. Well, first, he said, his voice low and smooth, there's the way your cheeks get all flushed, which means your pulse kicked up. My pulse is perfectly normal right now. As long as it was normal to have a rocket fuel-juiced heart rhythm. He lifted a brow. Really? In Too Far to Give In now, she lifted her chin a few degrees and looked him dead in the eyes. Really? He made an aha sound under his breath as he reached for her, wrapping his fingers around her wrist before she could react. Resting his fingertips on her pulse point, he watched her, daring her to move. As if she could not when every nerve in her body was suddenly on high alert, waiting, wanting, needing something more than this barely their touch. I'm a trained EMT, you know, he said, his voice more strained than it had been before, and I can tell your heart rate is elevated. Fighting to keep her shit together, she managed to get out. I had a tab in the teacher's lounge before driving over. It was true, but not the whole truth. He shook his head, released her wrist, and tried to take a drink from the orange Julius he'd finished minutes ago. I'd have to gather my courage before riding in that death trap of yours too. It's not that bad, she said, offended on her car's behalf. Your tires are almost as bald as my Uncle Pete. I'll change them out before it starts snowing. Or when her paychecks magically got bigger. I'm just saving up. But my tires aren't what we're discussing. Right. He nodded, the grin reappearing. We're talking about how much you like me, despite not wanting to. We are talking about Fitz's retirement party, she said, using the tone that always worked with her third graders. I'm putting you in charge of getting the tops to cover the pool tables and something to put in front of the dartboards. I'll book the bar for a private party and take care of the decorations. What about food? He asked, not pressing his advantage because there was no way he didn't realize she was changing the subject. She tapped her pen on her chin. Marino's all-night diner? Yes, the owners of Marino's and Marino's were locked in an eternal battle to the metaphorical death, but they also both cared about their business's bottom lines. This wouldn't be the first time Marino's had catered an event at Marino's. Can't go wrong with it, Frank said. Make sure to get extra cannoli. She started a menu column in her notebook. Plain or chocolate chip? Why not both? We do have a budget to stick to, which would cover the bare minimum. But if there was anything she'd learned as a public school teacher, it was to make magic with the bare minimum. I'll take up a collection at the firehouse, Frank said. The guys will cover it. Katie shut her notebook and capped her ballpoint pen. Well, that takes care of that. She started scooting across the booth seat to the aisle. We'll touch base in a week. You haven't finished your orange Julius, he said. Your dad said they're your favorite. She stopped with one butt cheek hanging in the air. They are. So stay and finish. He nudged the cup closer to her side of the table. I won't flirt. Is that even possible for you? She asked as she moved so her whole ass was on the booth seat, even though she knew she should be getting the hell out of there. Her business here was completed. And yet, she continued, You flirt with everyone. It's like breathing for you. Maybe I'm just a nice guy who likes making people smile. He shrugged his broad shoulders and started to fold his straw wrapper into teeny tiny triangles, his gaze never leaving her. So, your dad said you like the movies. Alarm bells and sirens went off in her head. Nothing about her dad and Frank Hartigan talking about her boded, well, not when her dad was on a mission to become a grandpa. Why are you two having little chats about me? She asked, not sure she wanted to hear the answer. We aren't, Frank said. He just mentions things here and there. And you remember them? She scoffed. He nodded and flicked his straw wrapper triangle into the unused plastic ashtray built into the end of the table. I do. I know your favorite color is blue because you wear it all the time. You're so smart you got a killer scholarship to some fancy college. You've got a great sense of humor. You're not the best at car maintenance. You're a good sister. You're not nearly as scary as you want everyone to think you are, and that you go to the movies every week. Heat beat against her cheeks. She felt naked for a whole other reason besides being turned on beyond belief and her better judgment. So she clung to the last thing he'd said like it was a life preserver, and she was drowning in the harbor. No movies for me this week. He cocked his head to the side. Why not? No one will go see Halloween 2 with me, and I'm too scared to go by myself. She'd made that mistake with the first Halloween and had ended up sleeping with her bedroom light on for 2 weeks. I'll go with you. He picked up the laminated card, listing movie times, tucked between the ketchup and mustard bottles on the table. The next showing is in 20 minutes. She gulped past the excitement lodged in her throat like an anticipation balloon. I'm not going on a date with you. I know that. He flattened the grin into something more neutral. I'll just be there for moral support. I'll even sit in a different row if you want. Despite the danger bells ringing in her ears, she laughed. That would defeat the whole having someone go with me, so I'm not scared at the gory parts thing. So I'll sit next to you, but it won't be a date. He moved over to the edge of the booth and stood up. I won't even share my popcorn mixed with M&Ms with you. That's my favorite way to eat them too. It was buttery, salty, chocolatey heaven. Then you'll have to get your own bucket. Heart hammering in her chest, she looked up at him. The nonstop chatter from the teenagers at the other tables faded away, and it was just them. Because it's not a date. Exactly. He held out his hand to help her up. She didn't hesitate, even for a second. Instead, while Katie's brain told her to run away, she listened to her heart and yes, her days of the week panties and took Frank's hand. Chapter 8. Frank hated scary movies. He'd made the mistake of seeing the original Halloween when it came out a few years ago and had volunteered for back-to-back shifts afterward so he wouldn't have to be alone in his apartment. And yet, here he was, like a giant dumbass, sitting down with a big-ass bucket of popcorn, extra butter plus 2 packs of M&Ms stirred in for more nightmare-inducing jump scares. And yes, to make it even more pathetic, he was putting himself through more gore than a 16-car pileup on the harbor bridge just so he could share his popcorn with a woman he was not on a date with. All the while he kept his eyes on the screen, instead of Katie like he wanted, while Mike Myers slashed his way from house to house on his way to Haddonfield Memorial Hospital. Crunched down low in her seat, with her hand blocking her view of the screen, Katie asked, "Is it over yet?" "Not yet," he said as Mike lurked an elderly couple's kitchen. She leaned her upper body closer, so her cheek was pressed against his arm. "What's happening?" Forcing his gaze from Mike and his trusty butcher's knife to the old lady in her pink robe frozen with fear in her living room as her oblivious husband watched TV, Frank said, "He's just sort of standing there. Waiting." "Oh my God." Katie turned so her whole face was tucked in against him. "I'm gonna have a heart attack." Oh, he was definitely halfway to one himself. The knife attack anticipation had jacked up his pulse, but having Katie hold on to him for dear life kicked it into a whole new gear. All of his senses hyper-focused on her. The vanilla scent of her hair. The way the tips of her fingernails pressed into his bicep as she squeezed it tight. His entire body zeroed in on her, as if he were once again a teenager who'd never even kissed a girl. "What in the fuck is wrong with you, Hartigan?" "You better hold on then," he said, lowering his voice when the woman in the row ahead of them turned around and glared. "We aren't even at the hospital yet." Katie let out a semi-smothered whimper. "You think he'll end up there?" No one went to a slasher movie for the plot twists, so there was no way Mike wasn't going to end up slow walking the halls of the woefully guarded town hospital. "That's where they took Lori, so of course he's gonna follow," he said, in as calm a voice as he could manage considering every last good sense he had was telling him to book it the hell out of the theater. "She's the real target. Everyone else is just fodder." "Why did we come to this?" Katie asked, her question muffled by the fact that she'd buried her face against him. "Because you said you wanted to watch it," he said, wincing as the tension on screen ratcheted up. "No one said you had to come," she grumbled. If he'd had any idea of how to spend time with Katie without being the only person willing to go see this bloodfest with her, he totally would have gone in that direction. But he didn't have any other idea, shocker, so here he was, about to watch an old couple become human pincushions. And then a miracle happened. Mike Myers hesitated. "Wait," Frank said, whispering the play-by-play on screen. "He's walking away. The old people live." Katie slowly turned her head toward the screen as Mike Myers lumbered out of the house. She let out a sigh of relief, but didn't stop spider-monkeying herself to his arm. Yes, more than a few women had said they'd like to climb his 6'6" self like a tree, but they never actually had. Katie clung to him so hard, it was like she was up for the real thing. Maybe this hadn't been the absolute worst idea he'd ever had. They sat shoulder to shoulder and leg to leg as the events unfolded on screen. She occasionally grabbed a handful of popcorn and M&Ms from the bucket he held in his white-knuckle grip. His pulse had to be going faster than the old-timers when they had to do the fire department-mandated annual physical fitness tests. But if this was what it took to hang out with Katie, he'd do it. Just like he'd agreed to help plan Fitz's retirement party. As soon as the lieutenant said Katie was helping, Frank was all in. "Oh God," Katie said, loud enough to earn another glare from the woman in front of them. "He made it to the hospital." "Told you so," he said, as quietly as he could while still being audible over the soundtrack of dread pulsing through the speakers. She scoffed and knocked him in the shit, a move made ineffective by the fact that she was still clinging to his arm. "Are you always like this at the movies? Right?" "Pretty much." Frank braced himself as Mike approached a nurse who was alone in a locker room. "You'd better cover your eyes." Katie didn't hesitate, which was lucky for her considering the way Mike was slicing and dicing his way through the medical staff at Haddonfield Memorial. And when Mike finally found Lori, who turned out to be his little sister, Katie was so tense, Frank threw an arm around her shoulders and tugged her in close. Murder and mayhem continued on screen. Really, being anywhere near Lori in this movie was a death sentence. Katie clung to him, fisting his shirt and squeezing tight in time with each mangled scream. "Do you want to leave?" he asked. She shook her head against his chest. "No way." "It's not a big deal," he said, keeping his arm curled protectively around her as if Mike Myers was going to walk off the screen and into the theater. "I won't tell anyone, and half of the people here have their eyes closed. It's not like anyone will see us walk out." Katie turned so she faced the screen again, but stayed nestled against him despite the metal armrest that had to be biting into her side. "I've made it this far, thanks to you. I can stick it out. Unless you want to leave." Hell yes he did. The less he saw of Mike Myers ever again, the better. But that would also mean no Katie. For Katie, he could take a masked-up psycho and the bloody gore that was going to have him pulling double shifts for the foreseeable. "Worth it." "I'll stick with you," he said, meaning it. Katie smiled, the light from the movie flickering off her face, catching her high cheekbones and the stubborn glint in her eyes. God, if he hadn't been half in the bag for her already, the look on her face would have done it. The woman didn't back down from anything. "Okay, let's do this." Shoulders set, she turned fully, so his arm was only draped across her shoulders, and watched as Mike Myers banged on the door separating him from Dr. Loomis and Lori. She did end up peeking through her fingers while Mike made mincemeat of the door, but Frank couldn't blame her. By that point, they'd both sunk low in their seats, and her hand on his knee squeezed tight when Mike burst out of the room, well as close to a burst as he could manage while being a slow walker who was totally engulfed in fire. Frank was so scared his balls were practically sucked up into his stomach, and also the happiest man in the entire world at the same time. If he had his way, this moment would drag on, sorta like OL Mikey right about now, but before he was ready, the credits were rolling and people were leaving. Katie let out a shaky sigh and shivered before standing up. I hope they don't make a third one. If they do, I'll come with you. And be scared shitless the entire time, but it would be worth it. She looked up at him, her eyes round with awe. You weren't frightened at all? Scared out of my mind. He stood and held out a hand to her as she giggled. Come on, I'll walk you to your car. Just in case Mike Myers appears in the parking lot, she asked with a lifted brow. He dipped his head down, not because he still needed to whisper, but because he just couldn't stop himself from wanting to be as close to her as possible. If that happens, I'm pretty sure I can run faster than you. That earned him a full belly laugh, and they walked, hand in hand, down the aisle, past the trash can where he tossed the remains of their popcorn, and out into the crisp Waterbury night that suddenly felt full of possibilities. Chapter 9. The mall parking lot was mostly dark and nearly empty by the time they walked out of the entrance by the food court. That wasn't a surprise, considering most of the stores inside had pulled their metal gates closed a half hour ago. The only foot traffic was from the movie crowd, and most of them had parked by the theater entrance on the opposite side of the mall. Normally, Katie would have her keys threaded between her fingers as she walked, with purpose, to her car parked, stupidly, away from the lights, but with Frank she didn't. Even after the scary movie, with him she felt safe. Way to go, Madigan. Come on, it wasn't like I'd planned on going to see Halloween with Frank. It was just supposed to be Orange Julius. As she and Frank crossed the lot to her Pinto, the wind whipped around them, blowing the orange and yellow leaves across the pavement and carrying with it the noise of cars crossing the nearby harbor bridge. Katie tucked her hands deeper in the pockets of her coat. Her keys were still in the purse slung over her shoulder. She smiled at Frank as he continued to match her stride, even though he had nearly a foot on her. Thank you for coming to the movie, even though you hated every minute of it. Not every minute, he said, giving her the grin. I mean, even Mike Myers can't be a stone-cold killing machine every minute. She shouldn't laugh. It would only encourage him, and he did not need any encouragement to flirt. The man really couldn't help himself. It didn't mean anything. Despite knowing that, she was starting to like it, so she laughed. And the world didn't end. And she wasn't struck by lightning. And her panties didn't poof into nothing. God, she was a total dweeb who really needed to get laid. So what kind of movies do you like? She asked, keeping close to him even though they had practically the entire parking lot to themselves. Why? He leaned in closer. Are you asking me on a date? Heat smacked her in the cheeks and lower as she imagined what a real date with Frank would be like. It was a bad idea. Very bad. And so damn good at the same time. Girl, save yourself before you become another one of Frank Hartigan's groupies. Forget it, she said, speeding up her pace. Annoyingly, he didn't have a problem keeping up with her. Action movies, thrillers, funny movies, he said, not even breathing hard even though she was gasping to suck in extra oxygen. Movies where things blow up, the hero defeats the bad guys, and he drives off into the sunset with the girl. She jolted to a stop with her hands on her hips, forcing him to brake. She was steaming at herself and he was just giving her the grin. He was either clueless that she was in mean mode or utterly, sincerely unbothered. It sucked the wind right out of her temper tantrum sails. No romantic comedies? She asked. No musicals? No rip-your-heart-out dramas? Not really, he said, with a non-judgmental shrug. But I'd give them a chance if you share your popcorn. This man, he always seemed to know exactly what to say. In her experience, that was another red flag. Yet she ignored the crimson billowing in the wind and started toward her car again. Frank, not surprisingly, fell into step beside her. I love the movies, Katie said. I'd go every week if I could. It's nice to just pretend for a few hours that this isn't my reality. He knocked his shoulder against hers in commiseration as they walked. Waterbury's not that bad. Without meaning to, she looked over at the harbor bridge and the lights twinkling in the skyscrapers on the other side of the water. Then her gaze moved over to the handful of lights dotting the downtown area on this side of the bridge. Most of the shops were already closed, and with the economy doing what it was doing, there wasn't a reason for them to stay open any later. She looked down at their feet as they walked. Both of them wore scuffed shoes from the sale rack. It wasn't the money part of it that made her gut twist. It was what that money represented. Freedom. Knowledge. The world being theirs for the taking. Well, not theirs, but someone's. Those rich kids she'd gone to college with right after high school, they were riding that wave while she was sinking under the reality. It was something they'd clocked from the beginning, letting her know that she'd never fit in no matter her GPA. What an idiot she'd been for ever thinking merit would be enough. No, she said, her voice quiet. It's not that Waterbury is bad, but it's not what my life was supposed to be. You were gunning for the lives of the rich and famous? Frank asked, imitating the guy from the local TV show who talked about champagne wishes and caviar dreams that was bound to go national eventually. Not really. She shook her head and reached for her purse as they neared her car. But I wanted adventure. I wanted to see everything, go everywhere, experience it all. He nodded, looking a little sad. But as if he understood. And all of that for you is on the other side of the harbor bridge? Yeah, she said with a sigh as she pulled her keys out of her purse. Not that it does any good being that close and knowing I'm just going to watch it all go by. Just because you're here doesn't necessarily mean you're missing out, Frank said, gazing toward the lights twinkling at the top of the bridge. I mean, look at me. Every day is an adventure. I'm teaching third graders to stop, drop, and roll 1 minute. And blocking Mike Myers' gore from your view the next. Instead of putting her keys into the lock, she turned so her back was to her Pinto. There he was, saying the right thing again. It was like the grin he did. He didn't have to force it or fake it. It was really nice of you to go to the movie with me. Thank you. I had fun, he said with a wink. Even if you hated the movie. It was worth it, he said, taking a step so they were now close enough to touch. Because you were there. Her pulse kicked up. Her chest tightened with anticipation. You are the worst flirt in the world, Frank Hartigan. He gave her the grin. It's not flirting if you mean it. Then what is it? She asked before she could stop herself. It was as if her brain was sending out one last SOS signal, a warning to get the hell out of there before her body won out over common sense. A million answers to that single question flew across his face in quick succession, even as he didn't utter a word. Frank was like that sometimes. Like that whole Airhead, hot jock persona he'd had since high school was just theta front. Of course, she was probably just feeling the after effects of getting 4 Harlequins a month delivered to her door. The men of Waterbury were who they were. They weren't adventurers. They weren't the kind of guys to make over-the-top, grand gestures. They didn't promise multiple orgasms and then deliver. They were just the guys next door. It was mental to even think that Frank Hartigan could be more than the cocky ladies' man everyone in town knew him to be. Was it though? Like, really? Yeah, it was, and that was some freaky shit right there. The last thing in this world that she needed to do was to start thinking of Frank as anything more than just the hot guy at her dad's firehouse. Yeah, she'd already fucked up her plans. She didn't need to make it worse by falling for Waterbury's biggest player. She had tried to move beyond Waterbury and failed, so she'd accepted her fate and was living a life she didn't love. But it wasn't the worst either. It was what it was. Ho ho, go Madigan. I have no idea what you're thinking, but it seems like it's not so great, he said, his voice teasing. Do you want me to follow you home and check under your bed? The audacity of the question made her laugh as a gust of wind blew the leaves and her hair into disarray. Are you asking to look at my etchings, Frank? I'm not really that into art. He tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and then shoved his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Electricity sizzled across her skin, expanding from where he touched. In a heartbeat, she could feel him everywhere, even though he wasn't touching her anymore. What are you into? He looked her straight in the eyes, the want naked in his gaze. You. Her heart nearly gave out, it was beating so fast. Hot, liquid need turned her better judgment into ash. It was lust. Yeah, but it was more than that. She couldn't explain it or justify it. It was just there. A raw, demanding lust for the one man in Waterbury she knew was a bad decision. That's just the adrenaline rush. After the horror movie talking, she said to him, even as she meant the words for herself. He shook his head. I don't think so. Prove it, she said, knowing there was no way he could. Frank, however, had a different opinion on the matter. He moved in close, bringing his hands to rest on her hips and dipped his head down. His gaze moved from her parted lips to her eyes, and he hesitated as the fall night air sparked around them. It might have just been a few seconds of time, but it was long enough for her to be able to turn her head, tell him to back off, push him away if she wanted. But she didn't. She needed this, wanted him. One side of his mouth curled upward, and Katie knew she was in trouble but couldn't find it in herself to care. His fingers tightened on her hips half a heartbeat before he erased the space between them and kissed her. Chapter 10. Katie tasted like salty butter and sweet chocolate, and Frank couldn't get enough. Not of the way she parted her lips so he could deepen the kiss, or of the soft little moan of pleasure she made, or of the way everything about this felt 100% perfect. He registered the clank of her keys hitting the ground a moment before the soft thud of her purse joined them, but it all seemed far away as she kissed him back. Then she was gliding her palms up his hard chest to the sides of his face, holding him in place as if to keep him from stopping. Like he had any plans of doing that. He could spend the rest of his life kissing Katie Madigan, and somehow, some way, he was going to figure out how to make that happen. He may not know much, but he knew how to increase the odds in his favor. When he stopped kissing her and moved his hands from her hips to the roof of her Pinto, her groan of frustration told him he was on the right path. God, she looked beautiful like this, with her lips swollen and her gaze hazy with lust. He brushed the back of his knuckles over the hard peaks of her nipples that poked through her thin sweater, and she let out the neediest little groan. His already rock-hard cock twitched with anticipation. Are you all hot, Katie? He asked, as if they weren't both on fire right now. She bit down on her bottom lip and nodded. And if I put my hand under your skirt and felt between your legs, would you be all soft and wet for me? She let out a shaky breath. Yes. Do you want me to do that, Katie? He lowered his head so his lips were millimeters from the sensitive shell of her ear and asked, Do you want me to touch you? She mumbled something under her breath before growling out, Fuck you, Frank. He chuckled and stood back, giving her space to make her decision. That's not a no, Katie. Fine. She lifted her chin a few degrees, her stubbornness at war with the rest of her. Yes, I want you to touch me. Prove it, he said, throwing her own dare back at her. Spread those long legs of yours. When she did, it was all he could do not to sink to his knees and bury his face in her. That would get her what she wanted too quickly, though. Katie didn't trust anything that came easily. She just wasn't that kind of woman. She liked things the hard way. He moved his right leg between hers, touching but not rubbing against that sweet spot, and watched her gorgeous face as she worked out how to get what she wanted. Yeah, she shot him a "you'll pay for that" glare, but she did exactly what he knew she wanted to and moved her hips so she was riding his thigh. Her hands still cupped his face, but she didn't pull him down for a kiss. Instead, She kept her eyes locked with his. This was a game, a challenge, a dare to see who would be the first to snap and lose control. He had no intention of giving in. Then she let her head fall back as she rode his thigh harder, and he knew he was fucking lost. He'd gripped her hips again and was pulling up the sides of her skirt before he realized what he was doing. Silencing her soft, knowing chuckle with another kiss, he stepped back to reach between them. She wasn't just wet, she was soaking. And when he slipped first one finger and then a second inside her, she was already so tight and needy that he nearly came right then, still fully clothed, in the mall parking lot. This woman was going to wreck him, and he was so very here for it. He played with her, teased her, clocked her reactions to each variation in pressure and speed, cataloged the different sounds she made, repeated whatever he was doing when her breathing sped up and her grip on his shoulders tightened. He wanted to kiss her, to cup her tits, to taste her sweetness as she got off on his face. He wanted to bury himself inside her, make her scream his name, imprint himself on her so that whenever she came, for the rest of her life, she'd think of him. His whole body was locked in on Katie, hard and more than ready to fuck her until they were both senseless. If she'd been any other woman, he would. But Katie wasn't any other woman. Oh yeah, he wanted her. But he couldn't have her. Not tonight. He was so hard he hurt, but the keys to Katie were adventure, excitement, and wondering what was going to happen next. If he could, he'd spend the rest of his life making all of that happen for her. Tonight, the best he could do was walk away and leave her wondering what it would be like to fuck him and wanting so very badly to satisfy that curiosity. She may not realize it yet, but he was definitely playing for keeps. He fucked her with his fingers, slow and steady as her breathing got faster, especially when he started tracing her clit with his thumb. So he did that again. And again. And again. Kissing his way up the side of her neck as he fingered her under her skirt, he took her closer and closer to release before pulling back once, twice, 3 times, making her groan with needy frustration. "You're going to come all over my fingers," he said as he circled her clit with his thumb while she tightened around his fingers. "And later, when you're touching yourself, you're going to remember this moment, right now, when you were on the edge of coming, fighting to keep from moaning too loud and drawing attention to the fact that you are about to come so fucking hard." Then he stopped retreating, instead working her pussy as her fingers bit into his shoulders, acting on her every reaction, so that when he hit on that one speed, that one pressure, that one move that would make her forget the rest of the world ever existed, he repeated it until she was just panting his name over and over. She stiffened, her orgasm squeezing his fingers as she pressed her face into his chest, using him to muffle her groan of satisfaction. Watching her face as she came was the hottest thing he'd ever seen in his life. As she caught her breath, he stepped back and smoothed her skirt into place. Then, he picked her keys and purse up off the ground. She watched, looking a little dazed and still breathing hard, as he unlocked the Pinto's driver's side door and opened it for her. She shot him a curious look as she sat down behind the wheel. He handed her the keys and purse. "Drive safe," Frank said, before shutting the door. "I'll see you later." She sat there for a second, just watching him through the closed car window, obviously trying to figure out what he was up to. She would eventually, he didn't doubt it. She was one of the smartest people he knew, and he was, well, he was Frank Hartigan. But in this case, that didn't matter. Because when it came to making Katie Madigan happy, there was no one more schooled than he was. So he watched her drive off into the night, knowing that someday he was going to marry her. Chapter 11. "Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back." "Hi, this message is for Katie. It's Frank. Frank Hartigan. We need to talk. I'm working tomorrow but am off today. Call me. Hey, it's Frank." Leave a message at the beep. Oh man, did I get the message mixed up? I thought you said you were off tomorrow, which is now today. Silly me. Anyway, I've made the arrangements with Marino's to have food delivered to Marino's for the party. See you Friday night. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back. Nice try. We both know you didn't get the days mixed up. Good on Marino's and Marino's. I got the decorations and I'll pick up the podium. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back. Whack. 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 Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back. That was me calling you a chicken. We still need to talk. I mean, if you want me to leave a detailed message about the other night, I can. Just figured you may not have told Connie yet. Maybe I'm wrong? Hey, it's Frank. Leave a message at the beep. Don't you dare say a word. If you do, I'll tell everyone at the fire station that you wear days of the week underwear. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back. Days of the week underwear is pretty specific. Are you telling me that you wear days of the week underwear? Interesting. You'll have to tell me all about it tomorrow when you meet me at Marino's to decorate before Fitz's party. Hey, it's Frank. Leave a message at the beep. So, can you believe I have a parent who wants to have a meeting after school? I'm afraid I can't help decorate. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie. Leave us a message and we'll call you back. I'm assuming since you just left me a message I was in the shower that you're home, screening your calls. I can only take from that, and from this supposed meeting that's going to last for hours, that you're avoiding me. That's okay, I can leave a detailed message with everything I needed to tell you about. Heart racing and cheeks on fire from embarrassment, Katie grabbed the phone receiver at the same time that she hit the stop button on the answering machine that had become the bane of her existence. Don't you dare. The phone cord wasn't long enough to reach into the bathroom or her bedroom, and Connie wasn't making even a half-hearted attempt to not look like she was enjoying herself. Her sister wrapped the quilt their grandma had made for them as a housewarming gift tighter around her shoulders and settled into the corner of the couch closest to where the phone hung on the wall. Yeah, the phone was in the kitchen, but the apartment was the size of a postage stamp, so it wasn't like her twin wouldn't be able to overhear every word. God help her, Katie was going to kill Frank. So you're at home, Frank said, giving her the grin. No, she couldn't see him, but she knew he was doing it. She could just tell. It was as apparent in his voice as his working-class Waterbury accent. I was indisposed. She turned her back to Connie before her sister could non-verbally call her out on that lie and twisted the phone cord around her finger. Does that mean you weren't staring at the machine, listening as I left a message? Yes, she had been like some deer stuck in the headlights, all big eyes and empty head. You know you're really full of yourself, she said, sounding about a third as badass as she should, even to her own ears. Not everything is about you. You're right, this is about you and our equal share of party prep. Do you really have a parent meeting tomorrow? Oh God. Lying on his machine had been hard enough. Lying to him over the phone was impossible. So she fudged it. Not anymore. Great. I'll see you at Marino's at 6. That gives us an hour to set up before everyone arrives. Which should be plenty of time unless you want to put moves on me. Her mouth opened, but nothing came out. What was it with this man that messed with her can do so much? Have you been thinking about me, Katie? He asked, his voice hitting that same low gravelly tone as he'd used when he'd told her to get off on his leg. And since we both know the answer to that is yes, what have you been doing while you've been thinking? I gotta go, she stammered out, her palms sweaty and her mouth suddenly dry. I bet you do, he said, as if he knew exactly what she'd been thinking and doing and wanting since the movie. See you tomorrow, Katie. He hung up, and she just sort of gulped air like a goldfish tossed out of the bowl as she leaned against the kitchen wall, afraid her legs wouldn't hold her if she attempted to stand on her own. She tried to take a few deep breaths to calm her pulse, but all that did was move her chest so her hard nipples rubbed against her neon t-shirt. That reminded her of how he'd brushed his knuckles against her boobs. It was over the sweater, but damn, he might as well have touched them with the way it had made her feel. And "Oh, you've got it bad," Connie said, emphasizing her pronouncement by snapping her juicy fruit. "I don't know what you're talking about," Katie said as she hung up the phone and walked out into the living room. "Liar," Connie scoffed. Katie flopped down on the other end of their hand-me-down couch and tucked her chilled toes under the corner of Connie's blanket before letting out a sigh. "He just sees me as another notch on his bedpost." Her sister didn't say anything, but her face sure did. Katie braced herself for whatever her twin was about to say. "That's the best story you can tell yourself to justify not giving him a chance?" Connie asked. "This is Frank Hartigan we're talking about. The guy who has been giving you cow eyes since high school? The one who helped me out at Marino's when I was at my lowest? The guy who fixed your car door and taillight?" She paused and shot Katie a knowing look. "The one who went to Halloween with you? Yeah, we heard all about that." The couch was old and the springs were extra pokey in spots, but Katie didn't think it would open up and eat her. Which was a pity, because that was the only way this conversation was going to end well for her. "Who's we?" Connie flashed an evil smirk. "Just your brothers and sisters, and our source who saw you two making out in the parking lot." "It wasn't me," she said, not even sounding convincing to her own ears. Connie's laugh filled their small apartment and made a pair of pigeons that had been sitting on their windowsill take flight. "Oh, Heather was far away, but it's hard to mistake Frank Hartigan for anyone else, and your hair makes you pretty distinctive." Not for the first time in her life, Katie wished she'd taken after the petite, dark-haired side of the Madigans instead of the tall, red-headed side. But she was basically looking into a mirror, so maybe there was hope of getting out of this? "We're twins. It could have been you." "But it wasn't, and we both know it," Connie said. "You like him, and that's freaking you out." "It is not. It so very was." Connie triumphantly raised her pillow above her head like a trophy and hollered, "Then you admit that you like him." Katie spluttered, trying to find the words to get herself out of this, and there just weren't any. So she did what any self-respecting woman would do when losing an argument with her sister. She threw the pillow she'd been clutching to her chest at her, and then retreated to her room for some peace and quiet and, yes, at least one self-induced orgasm where her fantasy man, formerly played by the model in the International Male Catalog, was instead a 6'6" redhead who had her spread out, naked, on the hood of her Pinto with his face between her thighs. Chapter 12. Frank had to admit it, Marino's had never looked better. The pool table had been covered with tablecloth-covered plywood, and there was enough food loaded on it to feed every firefighter in Waterbury. There were balloons and streamers hanging from the ceiling, and the dartboards were covered with enlarged photos of Fitz at various fire scenes, with a probie stationed at each one to make sure no one came in with a set of darts and tried to get a bullseye through Fitz's face. They'd worked, side by side, getting everything ready before the first guests started filtering in. They'd been a great team, doing what needed to be done together to get the bar looking better than it did on a usual Friday night. In the heat of it all, they'd been too busy for anything other than blowing up balloons or retaping the streamers that kept falling down. But now the drinks were flowing, and someone had Motown blasting from the jukebox while the old school guys danced with their wives. There were a million things Frank wanted to say to Katie, but O'Rourke was doing shots in the corner with his buddies, and Connie was already making eyes at her ex, so the timing was anything but right. So they stood there by the bar, under the neon Budweiser sign, and watched Fitz tell a story to the young guys from the firehouse that was probably only 30% true. "My feet aren't even sticking to the floor," Katie said, lifting her high heel-clad feet to demonstrate. "Yeah, I threw in a few extra bucks for Sal to hire a real cleaning crew, not just his nephew at the end of a 3-day bender." He couldn't help but check out her mile-long legs extending from her short, acid-washed denim skirt. Damn, the woman looked good. Sure, she always did. But after they'd gotten the decorations up, she'd gone into the bathroom with a backpack and had come out 10 minutes later in an electric blue sweater, a mini skirt, and heels. He'd done a double take, and then one more for good measure. He'd almost spilled everything at that moment. Almost told her exactly why she should go out with him for real this time, but then Fitz's wife had walked in with her yellow Texas sheet cake covered in chocolate frosting. Now here they were, side by side, the only ones in the bar who weren't dancing, or talking, or laughing, or all three at the same time. No one charms people like you, Hartigan. Thank you for doing that. She looked around the packed bar before her gaze landed back on him, and she smiled. You're full of surprises. That almost sounds like a compliment. He glanced down at the Long Island iced tea she was holding. How many have you had? 3 sips of this one. She jerked her chin toward her sister. Looks like we're about to enter the stage 4 with the creep. Adler was the creep. That was self-explanatory. But the rest of it? I'm gonna need more information about the stages. Katie let out a long sigh and took a sip of her drink through the red bendy straw before answering. Every time Connie breaks up with the creep, there is a 4-stage process. She held up one finger. Stage 1, the breakup because he cheated on her. She held up a second finger. Stage 2, the total trashing of the numbnut cheater. She held up a third finger. Stage 3, the creep grovels. This stage can last anywhere from a weekend to a month and a half. She held up a 4th finger. Stage 4, she takes him back and the whole process starts again. That made about as much sense as swimming in a river of gasoline while smoking. Sure, just like everyone knew that his twin, Paul, never made a bad decision he didn't love, everyone knew that Connie and Adler had been on and off again since high school. The off being because the man had a wandering dick. However, that didn't mean that it made sense. He took a drink from his bottle of Bud. Why does she stay with him? I don't know, Katie said as she shook her head. Frank looked over at Connie and Adler in the corner. They were just talking, and there was at least 3 feet of space between the two of them. But there was no missing that it was only a matter of time before he wormed his way back into her good graces. Maybe, Frank said, turning his attention back to Katie, Adler has his good points. She looked at him, as if considering the possibility, for a whole 3 beats before they both started laughing. Okay, he said. He has no redeeming qualities. Not a single one, she agreed with a smile. Fuck, he liked making her do that. He could spend a lifetime thinking up ways to make her laugh. Making Katie Matagano, Katie Hartigan laugh seemed like a damn good mission in life. With Fitz's party going off without a hitch, though, his time to make that mission happen was limited. Tonight was the night. He leaned on the bar, the move bringing him closer to her. How about, instead of talking about them, we have a dance to celebrate a job well done? Her cheeks went pink, as if she was suddenly flushed with heat, but she didn't step away. That sounds nice, but you don't trust yourself with me, he teased. This time, she was the one who stepped closer. Looking up at him, she tilted her chin in challenge. Always so sure of yourself. Always just right, he said with a shrug that, yes, was cocky as hell. That made her laugh. Frank Hartigan, you're nothing but trouble. And you get bored by the predictability of all the other guys in town. Her eyes widened, no doubt with surprise that he'd noticed that. But he noticed everything about her. That's how he knew she was more worried about Connie than she let on, because of the way she'd been gnawing her bottom lip while watching her twin. He couldn't fix Adler beyond pushing him off the Harbor City Bridge, so he'd distract Katie instead. She took a long, slow drink of her Long Island iced tea, eyeing him appraisingly as if seeing him for the first time. Is that why I don't date? Nah, he shook his head and took a drink of his beer. You don't date because you scare the shit out of everyone else. Katie leaned in close. But not you. He grinned down at her instead of answering, loving the way it made her breath hitch. He set his beer down on the bar and held out his hand. It hung there in the air for a few beats before she shook her head and set her drink down too. One dance, she said as she took his hand. So be it, but that meant he was going to make it count. She raised her eyebrows when he didn't lead her to the dance floor, but instead headed for the door that led to the outdoor beer garden. Yeah, it was cold out, but he could keep her warm, and this way everyone at the party wouldn't be watching them. Nothing would scare her off faster than folks gossiping about what their dance meant. He had to take this slow and quiet, or she'd jet. Just as he reached for the door, it opened. A blast of cold air and loud laughter came through, jolting them both to a stop. Her grip on his hand loosened, and he knew, in that moment, that if she ran now, she was as good as gone. So he pivoted, pushed open the door to the supply closet he'd raided earlier, and pulled her inside. She looked around at the shelves of bar supplies lining the walls and then back at him. Why are we here? For a dance. He held out his arms the way he'd learned in that ballroom class the nuns had made all the kids in the neighborhood take in middle school so they wouldn't be tempted to sin at the high school dance. It had worked about as well as expected. Shall we? Chapter 13. Katie should run and never look back. Dancing in a supply closet with Frank after what had happened in the parking lot and expecting her panties not to melt off her body was pretty much the definition of insanity. Running was the smart option. Instead, she closed the door behind her and stepped into place so her right hand was in his and her left on his shoulder. According to all the dance lessons the nuns had forced them to do in middle school, his hand should have rested lightly on her side. But when Frank brought his hand down, it landed on the indent of her waist and slid around to the small of her back. He didn't pull her in closer. She went on her own, letting her hand glide across the length of his shoulder so her fingers brushed his hair. There wasn't enough room to do anything but sway to the music coming through the door, but that didn't matter. He brought their hands in so the back of hers rested against his chest, above his heart. It was beating as fast as hers was. Resting her cheek against his shoulder, she inhaled the woodsy scent of his cologne. It made her think of curling up with Frank in front of a crackling fire while the snow piled up outside. She could learn to really love that smell, and this feeling of warm anticipation and desire that made her senses go on full alert. "This is the saddest song," she said, the words coming from the need to distract herself before she did something dumb. He dreamed big and took a chance on making a change, and it didn't work out. True, but he doesn't say what happened once he got off that dock. Maybe he went back to Georgia, fell in love, and lived his best life. She peeked up at him, half expecting a smirk or the grin, but neither were there. Frank was being sincere, and it made her breath catch. Who was this guy? You're a romantic, she said, answering her unspoken question. Don't rat me out, he said, employing the grin for massive effect. The guys will give me so much shit about it. Nope. It was too late. For the first time, she was actually seeing Frank Hartigan. So you think there's always a happy ending? If I didn't, I wouldn't be able to do my job, he said as he spun her around, which was a bit of a miracle since they were squeezed against the shelves of cleaning supplies and pair of two-drawer filing cabinets. Why's that? He didn't say anything at first, and Katie thought he wasn't going to answer. She couldn't blame him. They weren't anything to each other. They were just dancing in a supply closet. I see people at what is probably the worst moment in their life, he said, finally. Their house is burning down, or they're stuck in a mangled car, or the people they love most in the world are trapped behind a wall of smoke or fire. I have to believe that it'll be all right so I can go in there and make it as close to okay as I can't take that worst day and just make it a bad day. She bit the inside of her cheek to ward off the tears pricking her eyes. You're good at it. Dad says you're one of the guys he can always depend on at the scene. He let go of her hand and tucked a loose hair behind her ear. That's just because I'm too dumb to run away from the flames like all the smart people. Katie slid her arm up so that she could join her fingers behind his neck and shifted her body so they were lined up perfectly. I don't think you're dumb. He chuckled as he let his arm fall so he had both arms around her, his thumbs resting lightly on the sliver of skin between the top of her skirt and her sweater. My grades in high school tell a different story, especially compared to yours. She glanced pointedly around at the stacks of brown paper towels and gallons of Clorox. And look where that got me. The job you love in a place that isn't your favorite, for sure. But it's home, and it's filled with people who care about you. Her comeback was on the tip of her tongue. She was ready to give him a real what for about how she'd had plans for her life, and she'd tried, and she'd failed. She might as well be sitting on that dock, watching the plans she'd had get washed out on the tide. That was what she was going to tell Frank. But as soon as she looked at his face, his fierce expression stopped even a single syllable from passing her lips. I'm not a brainiac, Katie, but I know what I'm good at. Determination and promise thickened his tone. And I'd be really fucking good at loving you. Her heart stopped dead in her chest. There was no whooshing of blood in her ears or thump against her ribs. Everything just stopped in the moment because, God help her, she believed him. And that was the scariest thing that had ever happened to her in her life. Facing down a dozen Mike Myers would be less frightening. This was utter fucking madness. She should get the fuck out of here. Hell, she never should have come in here to begin with. All this time, she'd been worried about her damn panties when her heart should have been her number one concern. Falling for Frank Hartigan was the absolute worst thing she could do. So she wouldn't. She refused to. She controlled what happened to her heart. The fact that she wanted him more than she'd ever wanted anyone or anything in her life had everything to do with parts of her body far south of her chest. His grasp on her waist was still loose, but she didn't want it to be. She slipped her hands from behind his neck to his shoulders, sinking her fingers into the muscle there. Pulling him downward, she raised herself up on her toes. I'm not looking for love, she said, drawing her metaphorical line in the sand. And that's exactly when you find it, he shot back before dipping his head and kissing her like he'd already had. Desire rushed through her like he'd set a Zippo's flame to the spray from a can of Aquanet. She couldn't have stopped even if she'd wanted to. All of her self-denial melted away under the heat of it. She was kissing him back on the next heartbeat, desperate to touch him and taste him everywhere she could. Her fingers yanked at the hem of his t-shirt, pulling it upward so she could slide her hands underneath. Fuck, he was rock solid, with hard muscle built on the job, not in a gym. It was functional, practical. She didn't have enough blood going to her brain to figure out why that was such a turn-on, but it was proof that he wasn't all flash and show. Logically, she knew it would be better if he was, but reasoning had taken a back seat to the want firing through her. Whoa, slow down, Frank said when she started in on the button fly of his jeans. We have time. No, we don't. And she wasn't sure she could now that they'd finally started, not that she was going to admit that to him. The clock's already ticking on someone noticing we're missing. He curled his fingers around her wrists, but didn't move her hands from where they were so cruelly close to what she wanted. And is that a bad thing? You know it is. There would be talk, the kind that got back to the firehouse, and then it would really spread. Before she could come up with a game plan to deal with the gossip, she'd be just another notch on Hartigan's bedpost to them. It wasn't fair, but it was what it was. He shook his head at her statement. I don't know that. It was pretty to think so, but this was 1981. Things had changed, but she'd still be at fault and he'd be the stud. That they both wanted to be here didn't matter. It was the kind of small-time thinking that had made her want to get out of Waterbury in the first place. Sometimes this town crowded in on Katie, and it was enough to make her want to scream into the wind, give in to what she really wanted, and have a one-night stand with Frank Hartigan. Frank, she said, her heart slamming against her ribs. Do you want me? He took her hand and cupped it against the thick line of his hard cock. What do you think? Lungs tight with hope-soaked razor wire, she sucked in what air she could and laid it all on the line. Then fuck me right here, right now. For a second, he didn't say anything, just appraised her, not because he was checking out her boobs or something, but with caution, as if she was offering up the one thing he'd always wanted, but never thought he'd actually get. You sure? She pulled her hand free from his hold, hiked up her mini skirt, and hooked her thumbs in the waistband of her panties, hesitating only long enough to clock that he was looking at her like he'd never seen something he wanted so much in his life. Then she shoved her underwear down her legs. "What do you think?" she echoed. After that, there wasn't the time or inclination for more talk. She sank to her knees and went back to work on his button fly before yanking his jeans down, along with his jockeys, freeing that glorious dick of his. Long and thick, she wrapped all 10 of her fingers around either, at least she tried. There really wasn't much she could do to encompass him. She stroked his cock while looking up at him and watching. He fought to hold onto his control as she double-fisted him, pumping up and down in slow, sure strokes. "Jesus, Katie," he said, his voice strained. "You don't have to." Whatever he was going to say next transformed into a harsh groan when she opened her mouth and took him in as deep as she could. Hands still at the base of him, she worked him with her hot mouth, tongue and fists getting a little farther each time, relishing the way his body reacted to her touch. "Katie." He whispered her name like a soft curse. "Get off my fucking dick before I lose it." Looking up at him, she just winked and kept going. "Is that what this is?" he ground out. "A game of torture?" She lifted an eyebrow in mocking retort because they both knew they were having the time of their lives. "Watch out, honey," he said, promising a whole lot with that warning. "Two can play at that game." He was breathing hard when he put his hands on her shoulders, holding her in place as he stepped back. His eyes went dark as he watched her wipe the corner of her mouth with her thumb and then suck the moisture off of it. Frank moved fast for someone who could be mistaken for an oak tree. He had her up in the air on the next inhale, and before she could even think to exhale, her ass was barely on one of the 2-drawer filing cabinets. With her legs spread wide, Frank's fingers traced circles around her wet opening as he kissed the ever-loving hell out of her. All she could do was plant her hands on the corners of the cabinet and lean back to give him better access as pleasure washed over her. Just when she thought she couldn't take it any longer, he moved from sliding in and out of her clenching core to circling her clit as he kissed his way down her neck, teasing and nipping at her sensitive flesh, stringing her tighter and tighter with each swipe of his thumb and brush of his lips. If there was a world outside of the supply closet, Katie didn't give a fuck anymore. It didn't matter. All that mattered was the way Frank was touching her. Hot need curled in her belly in rhythm with the speed of his strokes as he alternated between teasing her clit and sinking 2 fingers in her pussy, making things better and worse at the same time until everything was too much and not enough. "Frank," she ground out from between clenched teeth as her orgasm built. "Don't stop." "Never," he said, biting the sensitive spot where her neck met her shoulder and then kissing it better, sucking on the spot so there was no way he wouldn't leave his mark behind. Later she might care. Right now, she just needed him to keep going. To keep doing exactly this, until she came. Thank fucking God, he did, moving in time with her body as she undulated against his hand until her climax hit, rolling over her in pure sweet bliss. Fighting to regain her sight and her ability to suck in air like she hadn't just run a marathon, Katie tried to understand what in the hell had just happened to make that so fucking good. Her gaze, finally clearing, landed on Frank, who stood in front of the filing cabinet, his jeans halfway down his thick thighs. His huge hand was wrapped around his hard cock, stroking it slowly as he watched her, seemingly memorizing the moment. The sight had her clenching as if he hadn't just curled every one of her 10 toes. "Please," she said, too far gone to care that she sounded like she was begging, "tell me you have a condom." He shot her the grin, making her shiver in the absolute best way. Then he pulled his wallet out of his jeans and fished out a condom. She had her doubts about it fitting, but Frank proved, again, that he knew what he was doing. "Get off that cabinet and come here," he said. Maybe she should drag it out, tease him with made-up indecision, but she couldn't make herself do it. She wanted him too badly. Back to the shelves, he bent down enough to curl his very talented hands around the back of her thighs and lift her up as if she weighed nothing. Her hands fell to his shoulders automatically, as if they belonged there, as if this is the way they always did things. She kissed him, losing herself in the feel of him as he lowered her down onto his cock. Slowly, oh so slowly, she took him in until she was filled with him and her legs were wrapped around the small of his back. Pleasure etched with a sting of something more filled her as she moved, getting used to feeling him inside her. "That's it, Katie," he said, his hands on her waist keeping her from falling. "Show me how you like to fuck me." God help her, it was like a switch had been flipped. She went from getting used to you rocking to desperate, needy grinding. Lifting herself up and then returning, she tilted her hips, pulling him deeper so the head of his cock wasn't just brushing the bundle of nerves inside her entrance, it was pounding against it, hitting everywhere at once. Her body clenched around his dick, holding him in place as she lost the ability to control herself. She was moving hard and fast against him, desire running through her like lightning, making it impossible to be distracted by the things that usually kept a first orgasm, let alone a second one, at bay. It was just too good for her to worry about what face she was making, or if her thighs were quaking with the effort. Need built and built as she took him in, again and again, so damn close that her ass was already tingling. "You feel so fucking good. You're so wet, so tight, so." Desperate and on the edge, Katie grabbed Frank's face, cupping it between her hands, and kissed him with everything she had as she came, her body going rigid with her orgasm at the same time that Frank surged deep inside her and his entire body shook with his climax. "Holy hell, Katie," he said, dropping his head so their foreheads touched. "Aye." The doorknob rattled, giving Frank just enough time to do a quick pivot to block Katie from the view of whoever flung open the door. "Nice ass, Frank," Sandy said with a giggle. "Don't worry, I won't tell who you've got in here, but it's a good thing I decided to try one of your known haunts to find you. You'd better come out. Your brother is..." She let out a surprised gasp. "Oh, my God. I can totally see the top of your bangs, Katie." Katie knew there'd be a downside to going heavy with the teasing and hairspray tonight. "Hi, Sandy. Okay, I'm gonna owe O'Rourke $20 about you two finally doing the nasty," she said, "but only if he finds out. So consider me properly motivated to keep my mouth shut." Embarrassment on multiple levels made her cheeks burn. But at least Frank yanked her skirt down, so if her other cheeks were red too, Sandy wouldn't see that. "Thanks," Katie said. "Dear God, kill me no." After giving her a once-over and giving her skirt one last downward tug, Frank made quick work of the condom, then pulled up his jeans. Sandy didn't bother to look away, instead glancing over at Katie and giving her a thumbs up while mouthing, "Wow." Oblivious to what Sandy was doing or pretending he was, Frank asked, "What's going on with Paul?" He decided to remind Connie about all the times Blaine cheated on her before she takes that asshole back, she said, pausing to snap her gum a few times before continuing. This did not go over well with Blaine, who was getting all up in Paul's face. "Shit," Katie and Frank said at the same time. "Exactly," Sandy said, with a knowing look on her face. "You'd better get out there before Blaine's mouth writes a check your brother's fist decides to cash." As if on cue, shouts from the bar cut through the music blaring in the background. Frank grabbed her hand and brushed a kiss across the back of her knuckles. "Katie, I'm sorry. I'll be back. I just have to. Fellow twin, remember?" "I understand." She gave him the best smile she could force her lips into when it felt like the earth had gotten knocked off its axis. "Go get your brother out of trouble. We'll talk later," he said, rushing out the door when the shouting graduated to a crash of beer bottles being broken. Katie watched the empty space where he'd been standing for longer than she meant to, considering her arch-nemesis who had seen her banging the one guy in town she should be staying away from was still there. Emotions spinning around inside her like a tornado on cocaine, she tried to figure out what she was supposed to do now. All she wanted to do was bask in her post-orgasmic glow. But like nearly everything else in her life, what she wanted didn't really count for much. It was all about what she had to do. She had to give up her dreams of adventure. She had to come home. She had to be the smart twin who didn't fall for a guy who'd spent enough time in the supply closet that Sandy had known to look for him here. God, what had she done? So you and Frank, huh? Sandy asked, cocking her head and giving Katie an accessing once-over. I wouldn't have pictured you two being a thing. We're not a thing, she mumbled. Whatever you say. Sandy reached into her purse, pulled out a Bonnie Bell compact, and held it out to Katie. Here, you'd better use this. He left a hickey. Her glance dropped to Katie's panties on the supply room floor. Also, you probably don't want to leave Friday behind. Cheeks burning, Katie scooped up her panties that hadn't literally melted and balled them up in her fist, promising herself that she would do whatever it took to avoid Frank Hartigan. Because non-melted panties or not, she couldn't trust herself when he was around him. She was already halfway to falling for him, and if she was ever going to get out of Waterbury, falling for Frank was the last thing she could do. Chapter 14. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie, leave us a message and we'll call you back. Hi Katie, it's me. Just checking in because you Irish goodbyed out of Fitz's party. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie, leave us a message and we'll call you back. Frank again. Are you there listening to your messages? Please pick up. Hi, you've reached Connie. And Katie, leave us a message and we'll call you back. If I did anything to upset you, I'm sorry. I left a note on your car and these messages and I'll stop, but I just wanted to talk. Katie, please pick. Hey Frank, it's Connie, Katie's sister said, interrupting his latest pathetic message on her answering machine. She's busy and can't take your call. He sank back on his couch and ran his fingers through his hair hard enough that he didn't need a mirror to know it was all sticking straight up. Okay. What if I call back tomorrow? She'll be busy then, too, Connie said, not unsympathetically. And probably any time I call. He banged the back of his head against the wood frame of the couch he'd gotten in the second-hand shop. He barely heard Connie's confirmation, but it wasn't like he hadn't known what was coming. Okay, I get it. Damn, I really fucked this up. Didn't I, Connie? Katie's sister let out a weary sigh. Look, I like you, but she's my sister. I get it. I'm the same way with Paul. How many times had he saved his brother's ass or diverted attention so his twin could do something they both knew was stupid? At least 1,000,000, and that was only since New Year's. You gotta always have your twins back, right? Right, she said. He should hang up now. He knew that. But still, he couldn't. If there was a chance, even one so small it could slide between the joints of a dovetail drawer, he had to take it. Tell her if she changes her mind, he said, trying and probably failing to keep the foolish hope out of his voice. She knows where to find me. There was a beat of silence, and then Connie said, "Bye, Frank." The line went dead before he had a chance to tell her goodbye, or thank you, or beg her for help. That was probably a blessing. He settled the receiver onto the phone that was on the table by the couch, then slumped down lower on the cushions. He'd fucked it up. He'd had one chance and he'd fucked it up. I don't know who that was, but I've got a poker game going tonight, in the city, his brother Paul hollered from the kitchen where he was raiding Frank's fridge. You want in? It might help you forget about her. Like that was even a possibility. Nah, I'm good. Your loss, man, Paul said, walking out into the living room with a PB&J and bag of Lay's chips and heading toward the door. Be careful over there, Frank said, unable to stop himself. Don't get in too deep. Paul paused halfway through the open door and grinned at Frank. Careful is my middle name. If that were true, his brother wouldn't need to be constantly bailed out. But tonight, that would be someone else's job. Frank was going to sit on his couch and watch The Greatest American Hero followed by The Fall Guy while getting good and drunk. Tomorrow, he'd get up and go to the firehouse, where he'd pick up enough shifts that he'd be too fucking tired to think about Katie Madigan and what could have been. Chapter 15. June, 1982. K. A Thai Madigan was humming Cool Rider when she stepped out of the late matinee of Grease 2 and ran smack dab into the perfect opportunity to avenge her broken-hearted sister. Really, who could resist when standing in front of the creep's brand new DeLorean? Definitely not any of the Madigan siblings, and for sure not Katie, not when, for the past 2 weeks, her twin had been moping around the apartment they shared. Why? Because she'd caught that rich, but munch with yuppie vanity license plates cheating on her. Again. And seeing the creep's car was like, for sure, a sign that the universe wanted Katie to mete out some vengeance. If the universe wasn't pushing her toward avenging her sister, why would she still have so much of her jumbo tub of extra buttered popcorn with M&Ms left over? Sure, she'd held onto it because it was Connie's favorite, and giving it to her might cheer her up or at least get her to pick a different breakup song to play on repeat. However, that didn't change the fact that Katie had the popcorn, a half-eaten Snickers already getting melty in the June heat, and an unopened can of Tab from the vending machine in the theater's arcade. And the thing that pushed her over the line from thinking about exacting revenge in her sister's name into doing it? There wasn't another soul in sight at the Waterbury movie house. It was just car after empty car in the parking lot. No doubt everyone was inside watching E.T., Rocky III, Wrath of Khan, and Poltergeist. Grease 2 really wasn't getting the audience respect Stephanie Zinone and the Pink Ladies deserved. Singing Cool Rider under her breath, Katie strolled past her dinged-up Pinto to the next row, where the DeLorean was parked at an angle, so it took up 2 spots. What a jackass. Thank God her twin had dumped the rich jerkwad, good riddance, and had sworn this time it was for good. Now, if she'd just stopped playing skid marks on my heart over and over and over again in their tiny apartment, life would get so much better. The Go-Go's were great and all, but after 2 weeks, Katie had reached her breaking point. Katie was into the spelling part of the Cool Rider chorus, and a few steps away from the DeLorean when a loud bang made her jump. She whirled around, her heart in her throat, as if she'd just gotten out of seeing Poltergeist. Instead of a malevolent spirit talking through a TV, she spotted a guy in a bright yellow office supply store shirt picking up a see-through garbage bag filled with packing peanuts. He'd just tossed one of the 10 bags into the dumpster when a gust of wind slammed the metal lid back down. Grumbling loudly enough that Katie could hear it from across the parking lot, the guy dropped the second bag and pushed the lid open quite a feat since the dumpster was as tall as he was. Once that was done, he picked up the bag right as the lid flopped shut again. The guy yelled out a curse and flipped off the dumpster before marching away, leaving 9 garbage bags of packing peanuts in a pile in front of the dumpsters. Katie knew the feeling. Anyone who worked in public education had those days on the regular, usually not because of the kids, but because of the parents, or the administrator, or the fact that the schools were always underfunded. And that's when inspiration hit. After she'd taken care of the creep's car, she'd grab the bags of packing peanuts and use them for an enrichment activity with her students. The school district never had enough money for those kinds of activities, and she could always store the giant bags in her parents' basement until school started back up in September. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing she or her siblings had kept in the basement. When he was 8, her brother Colin managed to hide a stray dog down there, completely undetected by their parents, for 6 months. It probably would have gone longer, but Dad came home early from his overnight shift at the fire department and had caught Colin taking Rufus out for a before-school walk. Some dads would have sent the mud of undetermined parentage packing, and while their dad sure looked the part of the mean dad, with his permanent scowl and the scar that went across his cheek, he was a total softie. In fact, right now, he was probably out on the back porch drinking a Schlitz and tossing the tennis ball for Rufus the Fourth. She had to admit, it was a pretty great way to spend a June evening. Yeah, her parents wouldn't care about 9 huge bags of packing peanuts even if they did notice them. Packing peanuts added to her mental to-do list. She stopped next to the DeLorean, knowing there was one little problem with her plan. Along with having weird doors that went up like birds' wings, the creep's car didn't have normal locks. That meant that she couldn't unlock the doors using her skills with a bent wire coat hanger slipped through the crack in the window. It was a skill she'd acquired since she had a bad habit of leaving her keys places like inside her locked Pinto and, as a third-grade teacher, didn't have the extra cash for a locksmith a few times a month. Taking a look around the parking lot to make sure she was still alone, Katie tried the driver's side door. It opened up like something from a movie, as triumph made her giddy. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. For someone who never stopped talking about this stupid car that he loved more than Connie, the creep didn't care enough to hit the door locks. Serves you right, creep. If she had a pink lady's satin jacket right now, Katie would have flipped the collar while smacking her gum. Instead, she just pulled the Snickers out of its wrapper and dropped it smack dab in the middle of the driver's seat. Then, she reached into her bucket and started chucking popcorn, M&Ms, and melted butter into the car. After that, there was only one thing left to do. She shook up the can of Tab and pointed it at the inside of the car, making sure to avoid the radio. Because having to clean up the seats was one thing, but actual unfixable damage was something else. She paused for a second, asking herself if this was really the right thing to do. Then she remembered all the times the creep had belittled Connie, told her she was lucky to have gotten a job at his dad's car dealership instead of Radio Shack, even though she had gotten straight A's and a full ride to college. She thought about how he'd yelled at Connie if she even looked at another guy while he was fucking his way through Waterbury. Katie focused on the way her sister seemed a little less happy every day she'd been with the creep. Fuck him. What she was doing was probably wrong, but it was right in the ways that mattered. The creep was heinous to the max, and it was time for some righteous payback. She popped the can's top. Soda streamed into the car, guaranteeing it would mix with the melted chocolate and buttery popcorn to make a sticky mess that would take hours to clean. Mission accomplished. She reached up and pulled the doors down, careful to use the right technique. If Katie had a dime for every time the creep had lectured her sister about how the doors could get stuck in the upright position if she didn't close them right, Katie's students wouldn't have to depend on her dumpster diving for science experiment supplies. Hey, a man's deep voice boomed across the parking lot. What are you doing to my car? Still high on vengeance, Katie's pulse didn't even give a hint of an uptick as she turned around, a cocky grin on her face, ready to face the creep and give him a piece of her mind. There was just one small problem. The man coming her way was not the creep. It also wasn't a cop, which, to be honest, would have been better than the reality of the situation. Yes, being arrested, booked, and having her parents or worse, her brothers bail her out would be the 7th level of hell bad, but this was worse. Way worse. It was 6 feet, 6 inches worth of hard muscle worse. It was a red-headed guy who was good at all of the ways a mouth could be used worse. It was a man who had dozens of cupcakes, pans of ziti, and once a full 5-course dinner delivered to him at the firehouse by women who thought they were the ones who could make him settle down worse. Fuck me gently with a chainsaw, Katie muttered as her gut dropped low enough to go swimming in the Waterbury sewers. His car? This could not be happening. There was no way. Not him. Not after what had happened at Marino's. Thank God he didn't know she'd spent the following 2 weeks and a lot of nights since then getting off every night to the memory of coming on his dick. Heart hammering so hard it was about to break through her ribs, she pressed a hand to her stomach to quell the rioting butterflies and sent up a quick prayer. Please, God, let the car belong to anyone but him. God didn't need a reason to ignore panicky prayers, but he didn't answer. That was probably because of her one-night stand with the one firefighter in all of Waterbury she never ever should have banged in a bar supply closet. Somewhere out there, Sister Mary Michael was having a told-you-so laugh. The snarly old nun had declared, years ago, that all of the Madigans were nothing but trouble, and she wasn't wrong. She and all the other nuns at St. Bernadette's had tried their best to get the 3 Madigan girls not to roll up the waistbands of their plaid skirts, Sing/moan all the lyrics of Donna Summer's Love to Love You Baby or sneak out of fifth period to meet up under the bleachers with the boys from St. Paul's. None of their efforts had been successful, which the Penguins were still bitter about. And that was just for the girls of the family. Whenever the Madigan brothers passed them on the street, the nuns sucked their teeth and blessed themselves while watching what could be confused for a professional football team pass by. So yes, Katie fully admitted to God and man that she was a Madigan and therefore trouble. But did she really have to pay for her many personal sins by having to make nice with Frankie Hartigan, whose car she'd just mistakenly vandalized? And if so, how in the hell was she supposed to do that without ending up half-naked in a supply closet with him again? Shit. 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 She was big time going to need the strength of Stephanie Zinone and all the other pink ladies to ensure that didn't happen. Chapter 16. Like always, Frank had opened his mouth before his brain had checked in. His car? A DeLorean? Not fucking likely on a firefighter's paycheck. He had no clue what had made those words come flying out of his mouth, but it was too late to take it back now, especially since this was the first time Katie Madigan had spoken to him since that night at Marino's, aka the best night of his fucking life. If only it hadn't been followed by total radio silence. She was a no-show at the Station 9's poker games hosted by her brothers. That gave everyone else an actual chance at winning, but Frank would have gladly sacrificed his light bill money to see her there. Then, there were the times he'd called her house and heard her in the background, telling her sister to tell him that she wasn't home. Ouch! He may not be the smartest guy in Waterbury or the one with the fattest wallet, but still, women liked him. Women always liked him. Katie Madigan sure as hell had liked him a lot back in November, but not anymore. Fine. He could take a hint. He could leave her alone. He could pretend that he didn't think about her every damn day. A person didn't need a genius IQ for that. What he couldn't do, though, was leave her to deal with Blaine Alder after he saw what she'd done to his dick compensation mobile. The prick would probably call his dad. And the mayor. And some expensive Harbor City lawyer. They'd all come down on Katie, to the point that she'd be the lead story on the 6 o'clock news. Frank couldn't let that happen. He had to do something to save her, and quick. Luckily, there had been a bodacious blonde behind the concessions counter when Rocky III got out, drawing Alder and his crew of preppy douchebags like arsonists to a match. That gave Frankie an extra 5 minutes to get Katie away from the scene of her crime before Alder walked out of the theater and saw what she'd done to his baby. Your car. Katie's green eyes went wide. How is that possible? Good question. That was the thing with her. She always had questions. About everything, and it wasn't just to make conversation. She actually wanted to know the whys, the hows, the what-fors. Fine, so he'd been watching her, fascinated, for a lot longer than the night at Marino's. Katie burrowed her way into his brain the very first time she'd walked into the firehouse to drop off a lunch for her dad. She'd asked a million questions about everything from the fire pole to the fire helmets. He'd though maybe it was just a bunker bunny thing, but he doubted it. Why? Because there was absolutely no flirting. It was more of an interrogation than an excuse to talk to a firefighter. It was not the usual reaction he got from women. Then he'd started playing poker with the Madigan brothers and found out the questions weren't just a one-off thing. She'd wanted to know the reasoning behind almost everything. Yes, she could have been playing it up to knock her brothers off their games. She did win at least 6 out of every 10 hands, but that didn't mean her curiosity wasn't genuine and hot as hell. Earth to Frank, Katie said, yanking him back to the foobar situation he'd gotten himself into. Since when is this your car? 3 this morning, he said, inspiration hitting him like a slap upside the head. He leaned against the car as if it was his instead of a car that cost 3 times what he'd paid 2 years ago for his used Firebird. Poker game. One of her eyebrows went up. Did you cheat? Do I look like the kind of guy who would pull some crap like that? He was a lot of things, but he was honest. Usually. If you didn't count right now. Fuck. I've played poker with you, she scoffed with that crooked smile of hers, as she tucked a piece of her reddish-brown hair behind her ear. "Do you really want me to answer that?" Since he wasn't going to admit he always got distracted from his cards by watching her, he bought some time by glancing down at his watch. His gut dropped when he saw 2 minutes were already gone. Shit. He looked back over his shoulder at the theater's door. No Adler, but he had to be coming soon. "Look, we don't have time to talk about that right now." "Why not?" she asked. Again with the questions. What in the fuck was wrong with him that he was getting turned on and annoyed at the same damn time? He didn't have time for this. They didn't have time for this. He had to get her out of there. Now. Short of throwing her over his shoulder, he had no fucking clue how to do that. A loud car honk blasted through the early evening air, yanking their attention toward the vehicles speeding down a 4-lane road toward the exit for the bridge into the city. Frank sent a quick thank you heavenward. "Because," he said, "I have to be in Harbor City, and you trashed my car, which means you're going to take me to make up for this." He wiped a finger through the smudge of melted chocolate on the outside of the DeLorean's door and then held it up in front of her. Her cheeks turned a soft shade of pink. "Can't someone else do it? What about your brother?" Finally, something he didn't have to lie about. "He's on shift at the firehouse. So is my dad." He took a step forward, closing the distance between them. He wasn't as close as they were in the closet at Marino's, but there wasn't a lot of light from the setting sun between them. "My mom can't help because she's visiting her sister in Boca." His whole body tightened, being this near her. Tall with the kind of full curves that a man could really sink into, she wasn't a delicate flower. Fuck, she was mostly thorns, and God help him, he wanted to kiss, lick and rub everyone. "You're it, Katie Madigan." The air around them snapped and sizzled with something he couldn't name. It was like a summer storm's first bolt of lightning was about 3 seconds from cracking the sky in half, and he was a lone man on a hill holding a golf club straight up in the air. Katie bit down on her bottom lip. He had to fist his hands to keep from reaching for her. Now wasn't the time. Later. Please, God, let there be a later. Fine, she said, her voice husky all of a sudden as she pulled her keys out of her purse. Come on. They started toward her car. He'd made it 3 steps before a different kind of awareness made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. Before he even glanced back, he knew in his gut what he was going to see, and he wasn't wrong. Alder and his friends had walked out of the theater and were headed for the trash DeLorean. Adrenaline rocketing through his veins, Frank pressed his hand to the small of Katie's back and started fast walking, propelling her forward with him. They had about 30 seconds before the shit hit the fan. As soon as they got to her Pinto, he took the keys from her and unlocked the passenger door and held it open for her. Wide-eyed, she stared up at him. Do you think you're driving my car? Katie, I love that you want to know everything about everything, but now is not the time. He gave her a light shove into the passenger seat. Sorry, but we got a motor. He shut the passenger door on her shocked face and booked it around to the driver's side. He unlocked the door right as the unmistakable sound of yuppie rage rang out across the parking lot. Alder's face was as red as the station fire truck when they locked eyes. Hartigan. Alder yelled. I'm gonna get you for this. Cocky smile in place, Frank gave that declaration all the respect it deserved by flipping the bird at the shithead. As long as he left Katie alone, Alder could come after Frank all he wanted. Ignoring the other man's hollering, Frank slid into the Pinto's driver's seater, at least he tried to. There were definitely disadvantages to being 6'6", and fitting into a subcompact was one of them. Katie was almost 6 feet, but Frank's knees were nearly pressed into his chest when he folded himself behind the steering wheel, then reached beneath the seat for the lever that would slide it as far back as it would go. Shooting Katie a grin that she did not return, not even a little bit, he pressed the clutch to the floor and turned the key in the ignition. If this had been a movie, this was when he would have left behind nothing but burned rubber and the lingering scent of victory. Instead, The piece of shit Pinto's engine didn't catch until the second try, and then wheezed in its effort to pick up speed as he drove toward the parking lot's exit. He shifted into the next gear and kept his eyes on the straight shot out of the parking lot even as Alder's yelling got louder. Fucking A. Did that douche canoe still run every day like he had in high school? Frank checked the rearview mirror. Alder wasn't gaining ground, but he was sprinting toward them like a dog after the mail truck. Seriously, Frank wouldn't have been surprised if the asshole was foaming at the mouth like a rabid canine. Returning his gaze to the road, he slowed down just enough to do a California roll at the stop sign where the parking lot spilled out onto Crushing Avenue. Frank checked the crossroad and was just about to punch it when a loud splat sounded. He and Katie whipped their heads around just in time to watch a styrofoam cup that had been filled with bright green soda, judging by the new tint to the glass, slide down the back window. Hartigan. Alder bellowed. I'm going to get you. Yeah, he might, but not right now. Frank shifted into top gear and punched the gas. They rocketed, as much as the Pinto could, out onto Crushing. The exit sign for the Harbor City Bridge was right ahead, and he was grinning like he'd won in life when he glanced over at Katie. She wasn't smiling. Those full pink lips of hers weren't even kinda turned up at the sides. Nope. The woman he'd just saved, even if she didn't know it, was shooting him a look that would have shriveled the balls of a lesser man. Frank Hartigan, she said, making his name sound like a curse. What in the hell is going on? Chapter 17. They were already halfway across the Harbor City Bridge, and Frank hadn't answered her question. In fact, he hadn't uttered a single word, but she wasn't about to lose this little battle of wills by talking first. Frank was never this quiet. Not when he played poker. Not when they danced at Marino's. Definitely not when they were having sex in the bar supply closet. The man had whispered things in her ear that she hadn't even known were possible. Then he'd followed through and delivered on every single one of them. Her gaze caught on his hands, one on the steering wheel and the other resting on the top of the gear shift. He had great hands. They were big and strong and capable. He had a few scrapes here and there on the knuckles, no doubt from building decks to earn a little extra money when he wasn't on shift that hadn't been there in November. And while she couldn't see them, she could still feel the good rough rub of his callous thumbs against her inner thighs as he ever so slowly inched his hands higher until she was all but begging for him to hurry up before she lost it. She tried to recreate that feeling at home, without any luck. No fingers, brush handle, or shower head had the same effect as Frank Hartigan and his fabulous fucking hands. She shifted in her seat and squeezed her thighs together in hopes of relieving some of the pressure building between them that had nothing to do with the fact that it was really hot in here all of a sudden. Watching the play of the muscles in his forearm as he shifted gears in response to the ebbs and flows of traffic took the heat up another few degrees. Damn it. This isn't fair. She jerked open her purse and pulled out her emergency banana clip. With about 12 kinds of frustration making her movements jerky, she unclasped the plastic clip with more force than necessary and opened it wide enough to go around her thick, wavy hair that had at least half a bottle of Aquanet in it. Then, she tilted her head back, did the little head wave thing that seemed to work, got the frizz-prone strands in line, and snapped the clip closed. It wasn't fair. Why did it have to be Frank Hartigan that did this to her? He wasn't a guy anyone could fall for if they wanted to keep their heart in one piece, which she most definitely did. Of course, not all the women of Waterbury shared that sentiment. The ones who didn't brought ziti and homemade cookies to the firehouse for him. They showed up at Marino's and danced so close to the table where he usually sat with his friends that one woman even accidentally fell into his lap. They flirted and sweet-talked and laughed at his jokes to gain or regain his attention. To each their own, right? But for her, Frank was the human equivalent of a haunted house built on a graveyard and inhabited by a plucky family who didn't think the fact that the TV came on by itself was something to worry about. Plain and simple, he was not for her. And that was what made the fact that she couldn't stop thinking about him all the more annoying. Or dreaming about him. or picturing him when she slipped her fingers between her legs and stroked her clit. And now he was driving her car, messing up her settings for the driver's seat, and filling her nostrils with the unmistakable spicy woody scent of his Drakkar Noir cologne, making it impossible for her to stop thinking about how good he'd smelled in the supply closet at Marino's. Oh, my God. Katie, you're in so much trouble. Rolling down the window to let in some air before she spontaneously combusted, she kept her attention focused on the lights winking on in the high rises that dotted the city side of the harbor. It took a second, but eventually, the breeze coming in off the water found its way through the window and to the back of her neck. It felt so good, she might as well be standing in her underwear in front of the giant box fan in her room. A soft sign of absolute pleasure escaped before she could stifle it. Maybe he didn't hear it. She snuck a peek at him. There was no missing the shit-eating grin on his face. Oh yeah, he for sure heard it. Then the smug, lying jerk had the gall to wink at her. That's when her need to win the silent game lost out to her need to call him out on his bullshit. It's not your DeLorean, she said. The tips of his ears turned almost as red as his hair. Is that a question? No. She did her best to glare at him, but it was hard when she was also doing her best not to find the response adorable. It wasn't. It wasn't cute or sweet or endearing. She barely even noticed it. Just a minor blip on her radar. Uh-huh. Keep telling yourself that. Too bad, he said, with a bashful grin that showed off his dimples as he took the exit for the museum district. I like your questions. Katie rolled her eyes at the obvious fib. Except for her family, and even they had their limits, no one liked her questions, at least not after she'd asked the first 25. Most folks thought she was weird because of them and found a way to avoid her in the future. But not Frank. From the first time she stopped by the firehouse to drop off her dad's lunch, Frank had answered every one of her questions, and then he'd asked if she had any more. She did. She always did, and he never seemed to mind. She didn't want to think about why that made her feel all warm and fuzzy inside, so she shoved that thought away and asked, "What are we doing in Harbor City? And don't you dare try to sell me that bullshit of having to be here again. What's the truth?" He shot her a grin that made her stomach do a loop-de-loop. Because you're about to have the best night of your life. Chapter 18. Once again, Frank had let his big mouth do the talking before his brain had even started walking. How many times was he going to do that tonight with Katie? The best night of her life? How in the hell was he supposed to deliver on that? She wasn't the kind of woman that he could impress by flashing his dimples and buying her a beer. Tonight was probably his last, best chance to win her over, and he was all fire hose and no water. He squeezed the steering wheel tight enough that his knuckles turned white as he flipped through every date idea he'd ever had in his life. The movies? Too boring, plus they'd both just gone. Dinner? Yeah, no one had ever taken her out to eat on a date before. A concert? The ticket offices were all closed by now, and he only had a 5.5 torn single in his wallet, so scalpers weren't an option. Think Hartigan. He was about to make a left onto Vine when he saw it. The massive elephant skeleton stood 3 times higher than an actual elephant and had been on the news the other night when he'd been on shift. They'd just finished watching the Harbor City Giants lose in the 10th inning when the news started with a story about the new elephant exhibit at the Harbor City Natural History Museum. A rookie had groused that no one gave a shit about elephants, and before Frank even realized he was going to, he dropped a mini dissertation on African elephants. Everyone in the station's living room had stared at him, mouths open wide enough to catch the crosstown bus. "That's it," Colin Madigan had said, tossing a balled-up fire pamphlet at Frank's head. "My sister is not allowed at our poker nights anymore." And that's when Frank had realized why he'd known more than the old dad joke about how to eat an elephant. About 6 months ago at poker night, Katie had insisted they leave on Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom during the game and had then oohed and awed over the baby elephant's calves he now knew while claiming the night's pot. Frank's grip now loosened on the steering wheel, and he crossed 3 lanes of traffic, ignoring the blaring honks of the other drivers, and drove into the museum's parking garage. He pulled into the first spot he found and cut the engine, then got out and hurried to her side of the car so he could open her door for her. She thanked him as she got out and stood in the small space between him and the car. They weren't so close they were touching, but they were near enough that he could pick up the vanilla scent of her perfume and spot the dusting of pale freckles across her nose. He wondered not for the first time where else she had those barely there dots. The supply closet at Marino's had given them privacy, but not the kind where they could shed any more clothes than necessary. He'd spent every day since then regretting that. "Here you go," he said, handing the keys to her. That, of course, was when he should have stepped back, but he just couldn't get his feet to move away from her. She took the keys, her fingers brushing his and sending a jolt of awareness straight to his dick as if he needed a reminder of just how much he wanted her. A soft blush turned her cheeks pink, and she bit down on her lip, but she didn't look away. Just like in those few moments between shutting the supply closet door and finally fucking her, everything slowed down as the air grew thick with anticipation and want. He gripped the passenger door hard enough that the metal bit into his palm as he tried desperately to hold onto his fraying sense of control. He couldn't lose it like he had in the supply closet. He'd known the second she'd wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him like she'd been fantasizing about him as long as he had been dreaming about her, that he was a goner. In that closet, next to the mops and the industrial-sized bottles of floor cleaner, there hadn't been any slow and easy, and definitely not any sweet and gentle. It had been desperate and needy and so fucking good. He wouldn't change that night for anything, but tonight was his one chance to show her he could be more. And he was trying to do just that when she pressed a hand to his chest and tilted her face up at him. Her perfect lips, glossy and pink, parted as she rose on her tiptoes. Then the slam of a car door and a woman's laughter echoing off the parking garage's concrete walls broke the moment. Katie jerked back, blinking rapidly as she looked over toward the noise as if trying to remember where they were. Then she looked back at him, her gaze lingering on his mouth. A bright spot of red appeared at the base of her throat. "You brought me to the museum for the best night of my life," she asked, her voice higher than normal and her motions all fluttery as she turned and reached back inside the car for her purse. "Of course," he said. "They have a new exhibit all about the African elephants you like." She started, and her huge bag slipped through her fingers. It landed on the seat and fell over, sending keys, pens, tubes of lipstick, a deformed wire hanger, a bunch of hair things, 2 books that had to weigh several pounds each, a Walkman, and more spilling onto the floor. Muttering to herself, she shoveled everything back in and stood up, clutching the purse to her chest. "How did you know I like elephants? You watched a show about them during the poker game a few months ago." Her face softened. She looked down, a small smile curling her full lips. "Thank you." He looked down at the cracked concrete and shrugged. A jittery awkwardness, like a bundle of electricity, sizzled in his gut. "It's just the museum." "Yeah, but when you grow up one of 13, most people just lump you together," she said with a quick huff of frustration, hitting the locks and closing the car door behind her with more force than necessary. "You aren't an individual with your own likes. You're just another one of those Hartigans." He looked up and grinned at her. "Trust me, I will never ever lump you in with your brothers. You smell way better." Giggling, she rolled her eyes at him, and her shoulders relaxed back down. "Come on, let's go see those elephants." An hour later, they'd explored the life-sized, walk-through exhibit showcasing how the elephants are considered ecosystem engineers, watched a short documentary about elephant social structures, and pressed their hands against the wall so they could feel the vibrations the animals spoke with that were too low for humans to hear. They were admiring the 13-foot-tall taxidermy elephant that weighed 11 tons when someone with a thick Harbor City accent yelled out, "Yo, Hartigan!" Frank turned around. Some sixth sense warning of trouble made the back of his neck tingle as he watched the two guys he'd never seen before approaching them a little too casually. Both were the kind of ruddy-faced, blonde-haired, no-neck type of guys who tended to forget leg day but always remembered a personal slight, real or imagined. Their eyes were too glassy and their smiles too big for this encounter to be anything other than a shit parade. Listening to his gut, Frank stepped forward and pivoted enough to partially block Katie from Frick and Frack's approach. "Do I know you?" Frank asked, keeping his tone neutral as he watched the two men. "Do you know us?" The taller man laughed as if it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard. Then he smacked the other guy in the chest with the back of his hand. "Did you hear that, Petey? For the love of Mike, he's going to pretend he doesn't know us because he's on a date." He shot Katie a slimy smile. "Hey, gorgeous." Frank could feel Katie stiffen behind him. He took a step over so he stood fully between her and the men. "Well, you know what they say about firemen," Petey said with a chuckle. "They're not the brightest if they're willing to go into a burning building." "Look, buddy," Frank said, letting his annoyance bleed through into his tone. "I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not him." The taller guy laughed again, a loud braying sound that had other people looking over at them. "Petey, I'm telling you, this guy is fucking funny. A hoot, as Granny G would say." He shook his head as another, quieter chuckle slipped out. But when he looked back at Frank, he wasn't smiling anymore. "Look, Paul, you owe $2,000, and it's past time to pay up." Realization hit Frank like a 2x4 to the temple, and suddenly everything made sense. These two weren't just assholes. They were assholes who collected for someone bigger, badder, and meaner. Frank bit back a groan. He was going to kill his twin brother. Slowly, painfully, and then he was going to bring him back so he could do it again. "First off, I'm not Paul. That's my brother." He ground out the words like he was chewing glass. "Second, I assume your office is at the Flying Sow?" "Nice try, Paul," Petey said, taking another step closer. "The town isn't exactly crawling with giant redheads with a taste for double or nothing bets, even if that means taking the Cajun Rage to win." If he'd been alone, Frank just might have helped the idiot duo beat the crap out of this brother for pulling this shit again. Paul may have kept his promise to keep away from the Waterbury bookies, but it seemed he'd just started losing his money across the harbor instead. Now he'd lost more than he could pay. That explained Paul's recent decision to take a sudden trip upstate, leaving his lookalike, 5-minute-older brother to pay for his sins. Yep, Frank was definitely going to murder him. Right now, however, he had to get Katie out of there before these two got any ideas. The taller guy took a step closer. "Now you and your lady friend will come with us to the Flying Sow so Mikey can have a little talk with you before Petey and I do what we gotta do." Yeah, there was no way they were going to a second location with these, at least she wasn't. A sense of certainty settled in his gut as the plan came together. He'd do what he needed to so she could run. Her car was only 2 flights down, and she had the keys. She'd get back to Waterbury, and somehow he'd get things straightened out at the Flying Sow. He glanced back at Katie, then at the exit sign above the stairwell leading to the parking garage, and then back at her. She gave him a subtle nod. He let out a quick, relieved breath. For a second, he'd been worried that she'd fight him on this. With Katie squared away, he turned back to Frick and Frack, giving them a mean-ass smile of his own. Understanding flashed in the taller one's eyes half a second before Frank's fist made contact. His nose made a satisfying crunching sound, and he stumbled back on his heels. Frank pivoted to take care of Petey before the first guy got his shit together, but Katie was faster. Like some kind of Amazon warrior, she swung her purse, which had to weigh at least 10 pounds, at Petey. It caught him right in the side of the head, and he went down like Mr. T in the final fight against Rocky. She turned to Frank, gave him a bloodthirsty grin that probably should have scared the shit out of him, and yelled, "Fire!" The museum erupted into chaos as people hurried toward the front doors in a massive, panicked crowd. Frank grabbed Katie's hand, and they joined the rush of people, losing the bookies, debt collectors somewhere in the madness. "We should keep going," Katie said when they made it out of the museum's front entrance. "We can come back for the car later, after they've left." Still holding hands, they made it 3 blocks east before he pulled her to a stop next to a crowd of tourists admiring the summer fashion window display at Dylan's department store. Adrenaline still pumping through his veins, powered by worry that had nothing to do with the debt collectors or the record-setting pace they'd set getting away from the museum, Frank glared down at Katie. "You were supposed to run to the exit so you could get away." Obviously completely unintimidated, she shrugged. "I liked my plan better." "The one where you could have gotten hurt?" he asked, his tone gruff, to distract from the fact that he was skimming his hands over her to reassure himself that she wasn't hurt. "But I didn't," she said. Her eyes glowed with excitement, as if she'd just gotten off the mother of all roller coasters. "I've never knocked anyone out with my purse and caused a stampede before." God help him, she was as bad of a thrill-seeker as any rookie firefighter he'd ever had to train. He rammed his fingers through his hair and exhaled a deep breath. The woman was going to kill him. "Don't ever put yourself in danger like that again." She shot him an ornery grin. "On one condition." "What's that?" As if it mattered. Whatever it was, he would find a way to get it for her. "A chocolate shake." Despite the fact that his pulse was still erratic because she'd scared the ever-loving shit out of him, Frank laughed. "I buy you a shake and you won't take on anyone else who breaks kneecaps for a living?" She held up her hand, extending 3 fingers and holding her pinky down with her thumb. "On my honor as a Girl Scout." He'd always known there was a reason to be afraid of those green sash-wearing cookie dealers. "Come on." He took her hand again, because not touching her when she was this close was beyond him. "I know just the place." Chapter 19. By the time they'd stopped in front of a restaurant with a blinking neon sign that said Vito's, Katie had gotten used to holding Frank's hand. Well, getting used to it was probably the wrong phrase. More like, she didn't want to let go. Which was worse, totally worse. There was no way tonight would end well if she forgot the truth about Frank Hartigan. He went through women like men who walked out of the desert went through gallons of water one after the other, none more special than the last. The only reason he had even called her house after Marino's was that, once she'd stopped floating in orgasmic bliss and landed back into reality, she'd gotten the hell out of that supply closet and hadn't looked back. That must have been a shock for Frank, since every other woman in Waterbury couldn't get enough of him. So he'd called. He'd shown up at poker night. Then, he'd gone all night not in a Lorene at the movie theater. It would be so easy just to go with it, to let herself believe it was because he wanted more than another supply closet quickie. But she refused to lie to herself. He wasn't actually interested in her, Catherine Allison Madigan. He probably just saw not being the one being pursued as a novel experience. Once that changed, she'd be just another one of many to him, just like she was just one of the many Madigan kids who were all but indistinguishable from each other, according to almost everyone in Waterbury. She knew all of that. Yet, here she was, holding his hand, with butterflies doing the electric slide in her stomach, about to walk into a diner and share a chocolate shake with him like it was the 1950s instead of 1982. "Katie, you're in so much trouble." She was going to be the one playing skid marks on my heart on repeat if she didn't get her head right. The smartest thing she could do right now was tell Frank she'd changed her mind about the shake and that she just wanted to go home. So, that's what she'd do. Any second now. As soon as her pulse stopped going 1,000,000 miles a minute. "I know the place is pretty dingy," Frank said, obviously misreading her reason for hesitating outside of the diner, "but I promise this place has the best shakes in Harbor City." Her head and her heart, fine, her clit, still duking it out, she tried to come up with something to say. That's when a waitress in her early 30s, with bright red hair sprayed high with enough Aquanet she had to be God's next-door neighbor, came rushing out of the diner's glass double doors. The harried look on her face fit right in with the splash of mustard on her pink shirt, the pencil in her hair that looked like it had been chewed on by a pack of beavers, and the smudged mascara drawing attention to the frantic look in her eyes. Whoever she was, her day had gone very, very wrong. She jerked to a stop in front of them. "Please, for the love of chili cheese dogs, tell me you're Katie." While anyone who'd grown up around Harbor City knew the logical thing was to lie about her name and quickly walk in the opposite direction, something about the desperation in the woman's voice stopped Katie from doing just that. "I am." The woman breathed a sigh of relief so big that it seemed to come all the way from her toes. When Jolene walked out right before the lunch rush and Destiny was a no-show, and then Clive said he dropped his last basket of chicken tenders after his already approved vacation got revoked, I was ready to drown my tears in extra salty fries because I can't quit this job, and if the diner can't serve food, Hanson said he'd close it for the night, and I need tonight's tips to pay my rent, and Brandy promised you'd be here. But I was beginning to give up hope, she said in all one breath. She shoved a half apron at Katie. "Here, put this on. You are a lifesaver. I swear to God, someday I'm going to own this place and run it the right way, either that, or I'm going to murder my uncle for running it into the ground. Right now, either option sounds good." The woman turned her attention to Frank. "So you're the boyfriend, huh? How are you on a grill?" He shot a wide-eyed, what the fuck look at Katie. Okay, now she should explain that this was a case of mistaken identity, and that while she was a Katie, she was not the Katie this woman was looking for. Then she and Frank could finish whatever this night was, and she could go home to her tiny apartment and pretend she'd never think of him again. Her stomach clenched at the thought, because the hard truth was, she didn't want to, and she wasn't sure she could, even if she did. The fact was, she'd fallen for Frank Hartigan when she'd looked out the front window of her apartment and saw him fixing her brake light. Everything since that moment had just been her trying to avoid the inevitability of becoming just one more broken heart left in Frank's wake. So, what was the big deal in postponing that moment for the dinner shift? "Can you make a cheeseburger without killing people?" the waitress asked, a ribbon of hope threaded through each word. "You bet he can," Katie said, already deciding to pick up more rocky road on the way home. "He's an ace in the kitchen." "Thank God," the waitress said, her shoulders inching down from her earlobes. "I know we've got some more hairnets in the back somewhere." She hurried back inside, grumbling under her breath about how the worst people were always put in charge. Studiously avoiding looking at the brick wall of a man standing next to her, Katie started to tie the black half-apron around her waist. It would have worked, too, if he hadn't moved to stand in front of her. Unable to stop herself from taking him in, her gaze went from the tips of his sneakers, up his acid-washed jeans, the thigh seams of which were doing the Lord's work, up the Springsteen t-shirt that stretched across his broad shoulders, to the suspicious look on his rugged face. Her pulse sped up, and her fingers stopped cooperating. He crossed his arms, the move making his biceps look even bigger. "What are you doing?" "Helping someone out." "You can cook, can't you?" she asked, forcing enough sweet cheerfulness in her voice to send anyone hearing her into diabetic shock as she fumbled with the strings. "I thought all firefighters could cook." He brushed her hands away and finished the double bow. "Well, yeah, of course, but..." "She obviously needs the help," Katie said, breaking in before she did something awful like lean in closer to get a whiff of his cologne, or kiss him, or ask him if he liked her or if he liked her. "Are you saying we should just leave her to drown or commit homicide?" No, he held onto the ends of her apron strings, but he was looking right at her mouth. "But this is crazy." Tourists and Harbor City residents flowed around them like they were the big boulder in the middle of the river, but Katie barely noticed. All she could concentrate on was the chickenpox scar on Frank's cheek, the squareness of his jaw, and the way he looked at her as if she wasn't just one of them, but the one. Yeah, it was her imagination, but at that moment, it sure looked real. Her chest was tight with want on so many levels. She took a deep breath and clawed her way back from the edge of disaster the only way she knew how. Her smart mouth. Maybe, she said, taking a step back and purposefully not watching her apron strings slip from his fingers. The best night of my life involves you in a hairnet. One side of his mouth curled up in a sly smile. You have strange turn-ons. Yeah, like crushing on guys named Frank Hartigan. She was saved from having to come up with a response that wasn't the full embarrassing truth by the waitress, who stuck her head out of the door and hollered, "Get your toasted buns in here, you two. The dinner rush is going to be here any minute." Knowing to take an escape when it was offered, Katie started toward the door. She made it 2 whole steps before Frank fell in beside her, the back of his hand brushing against hers. It seemed like the most natural thing in the world for her to intertwine her fingers with his as they walked through the door and into absolute chaos. Chapter 20. Frank had been to 4 alarm fires that were calmer than vetoes during the dinner crowd. Hell, he played in the legendary annual Firefighters vs. Police hockey game that had more penalty minutes called than there were minutes on the clock when the first period started, and it had felt less frenzied than the past hour and a half. The orders were finally slowing down, though, and he actually had enough time between burger flips and dropping tenders to look through the order window and watch Katie with her latest table. She was, without a doubt, the worst waitress he'd ever seen. She delivered a tray of drinks to table 6 that should have gone to 10, tipped over an entire basket of newly wrapped silverware, and had forgotten to take table 13's order after dropping off their chocolate shakes. The customers should have been irate. Instead, they were smiling and laughing with her. He had no idea how she managed, through force of personality, to get everyone in the diner to follow her lead, but she did. He pitied the fool who crossed Katie Madigan. His pulse picked up when she ripped the top page of her order pad, told the table she'd be right back with their drinks, then headed toward the kitchen. "Order in," read Susie said, snapping her gum and getting to the window a few steps before Katie. Frank must have told the waitress his actual name 12 times. She'd looked at him like he had cornflakes for brains and told him she only learned the names of the fry cooks who were staying for longer than a single shift. "I need 3 eggs wrecked and 2 Noah's boys for 1, and then flop 2 and a heart attack on a rack," she said as she clipped the order to the turnstile. "Sweep the floor with both." He nodded, his gaze never leaving Katie. "Gotcha." Susie made a little harumph of acknowledgement and went to check on one of her tables. Katie stepped up to the window, her dark eyes bigger than the white plates she'd be carrying out to her table. What did all of that even mean? 3 scrambled eggs and 2 slices of ham on the first plate, Frank translated for her. 2 fried eggs over easy with biscuits and gravy for the other. Side orders of hash browns for both. She planted a hand on her hip and cocked her head. "How do you know that?" "My mom's parents own a diner out on Severns Avenue," he said, flipping the burgers that would be going out to the pair of guys sitting at the counter. "I was folding silverware at 8, serving coffee refills at 11, and started the grill at 14. She rested her forearms on the window ledge and leaned in, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "What other secrets are you hiding?" He fought the urge to confess how much he thought about her, how he'd planned a million ways to talk to her before Marino's, how he'd spent way too many nights afterwards going over every moment in his head, trying to figure out what he'd done to make her ignore his calls. He wanted to tell her about the miniature crystal elephant he'd seen that made him think of her, and how it was in the glove box of his Firebird right now because he hadn't been able to not get it for her. Saying any of that would be an utter fucking disaster, though, so he kept his big mouth shut and just shook his head. "Come on," she pleaded like a kid asking for an extra chocolate chip cookie before dinner. "Just one." His mouth overrode his brain. Again. "My mom's romance books keep disappearing during mandatory family brunch on Saturdays. She thinks it's my sister stealing them, but it's me. I'm almost done with Sky O'Malley." Katie let out a gasp of surprise. Fuck. Was it too late to claim he'd gotten hit on the head with a massive fire extinguisher hanging on the wall and didn't know what he was saying? "That book is totally excellent," she said, excitement speeding up her words. I mean, it's mega outrageous, but I couldn't put it down. You're really reading that. Frank admitted the one thing he'd told himself he'd take to his grave. Every page. He should have regrets about his confession. Katie could tell her brother Colin, who would tell everyone else at the firehouse, which would mean his brother and dad would find out and rat him out to his mom. At that point, he'd not only get a new nickname at the station, but he'd be on his sister's shit list for letting their mom think she was the book thief. No one wanted to be on Jenny's shit list. Not ever. The stakes were pretty damn high. Still, laughing with Katie as she went through some of the outrageous things that happened to Skye O'Malley, he didn't have a single, solitary regret. How could he, when she looked so happy while spoiling the last few chapters of the book, then apologizing for it while being unable to stop herself from doing it again? There really wasn't another woman in the world like Katie Madigan. Who could blame him for already being half in love with her? The jolt of shock that went through him at that moment was covered by the arrival of Susie glaring at both of them for yakking it up. "Table 6 wants refills, so hop to it," she said as she shot Katie a pointed look, then plucked the order from her hand. 2 hockey pucks with frog legs, a Jack Benny murdered, and a T-bone on the hoof. She stuck the ticket on the silver wheel by the takeout window. "I'll take care of the houseboat when they're done with all that." "Got it," he said, watching Katie put the new drinks down in front of the folks at table 6, and then seeing them immediately switch them around so the right sodas went to the right people. Susie blew a bubble with her pink Hubba Bubba and let it pop without getting any of it stuck to her nose. "You gonna marry that girl?" she asked. Frank slapped the 2 hamburgers and the steak onto the grill and tried to squash the mental images of coming home after a shift to Katie, of lying in bed and reading a book to her, of watching her with their kids, of growing old with her. But it was no use. And for once, his brain was working faster than his mouth, because how in the hell could he even begin to talk about all of that? "I'm still trying to get her to say yes to a real date," he grumbled, instead of spilling the truth. Susie cut a "you're so full of shit" glare at him. "There is no try." "Thanks, Yoda," he shot back. The waitress shrugged and smacked her gum. "I'm more Darth Vader, but it's still a great line and the right one in your case." The bell over the diner's door jingled as it flew open. A couple rushed in and headed straight for them. "Oh, my God. Susie." There was a wreck on the Crosstown Express, so the train was packed with tourists like it was New Year's Eve, and I'm telling you, it was a total zoo, the woman said, the words coming out in a rush. "I'm so sorry we're just getting here now." She looked around at everyone else, zeroing in on Katie, who was scooping ice cream for a milkshake. "Who in the hell are you?" "The other you," Katie said. The woman huffed and turned to Susie. "That makes absolutely no sense, but do you need me or not? Because if Carlo and I did all of that to get here from uptown, and you didn't even need us, I'm going to chew Brandy a new one." For a second, no one said anything. Then Susie threw back her head and laughed hard enough to shake some of the spiral curls loose from the 12 layers of Aquanet holding them in place. 15 minutes and a lot of explaining later, they walked out of the diner with a handful of Vito's gift certificates and a promise from Susie to be a reference if they ever wanted to get into the diner business. They spent most of the walk back to the museum in companionable silence while finishing the huge chocolate shakes Susie had given them on the house. With someone else, maybe it would have been awkward, but with Katie, it just felt right. "You were really something in there," Katie said as they entered the museum parking garage and headed for her Pinto, the lone car left. "You knew everything." "I know. It's a shocker that I'm not a total airhead about everything," he said in full self-deprecating mode, like he usually went into whenever someone brought up anything about his brains or lack of them. He'd done it often enough that it came naturally. Usually, people laughed at him instead of with him. But there was nothing usual about Katie. He should have expected that. Instead of giggling knowingly, she stopped next to her car and planted her hands on her hips in a gesture that he was starting to know meant she was calling him on his shit. "I don't think you're an airhead," she said, her voice firm. Hot embarrassment about his own failings rushed through him like a grease fire in a bacon factory. He shoved his hands in his pockets and looked down at the cracked concrete. I graduated in the bottom third of our high school class, never went to college, and I run into burning buildings voluntarily. None of which has anything to do with how smart you are, she said, cupping his face and turning it so he had no choice but to look at her. I see it all of the time. The brightest kids in my class aren't always the ones who get the best grades. There are lots of reasons for that. Things are going on at home. A lack of interest in the subject. The need to go about things their own way. A million other things. And even if you were an airhead, which you aren't, it wouldn't change what a good person you are. Frank's grandma had always said that he'd been born with the gift of gab. Bad day? He had the right joke to cheer a person up. Awkward moment? He'd smooth it out with a subject change. Nothing left him speechless until now. All because Katie had seen in him the one thing no one else ever had. Oblivious to how she'd just flattened him, Katie rooted around in her giant bag and pulled out a pair of keys. Her face fell. Oh shit. Frank looked around, half expecting to see the debt collectors after Paul. What? Katie didn't answer. Mumbling "fuck me" under her breath, she turned around, cupped her hands around her eyes, and she pressed her face to the car's window. My keys are in there. They must have fallen out when everything spilled out of my bag. What keys are those? He asked, gesturing to the ones in her hands. She turned around and started going through her purse again. The ones for Connie's car, so she doesn't do something stupid like drive by the creep's house when no one's with her to stop her from going inside. You don't have an extra in the wheel well? That's where he kept a magnetized box with a slide-shut lid. She shook her head. But I do have. She pulled a deformed wire hanger out of her purse. This. She pried the window out just enough to slide the hanger through the gap with the steady hands of a woman who'd done it a million times. It took her all of 3 seconds to hook the bent V of the straightened hanger around the bulbous head of the door lock and gently pull it up. With a huge smile on her face, she did a triumphant ass wiggle and happy dance as she turned. Then she laid a victorious kiss on him. For a second, neither of them moved. Her arms were around his neck, her body pressed against him, and her lips still parted. Frank, sorry, she said, her voice breathy, I shouldn't have. He cupped her ass and lifted her up, holding her right against his cock. You sure should. Then he bent his head and took her mouth, kissing her hard and leaving her with absolutely no doubt about how much she fucking should. She let out a little moan of pleasure, wrapped her long legs around him, and kissed him back with just as much conviction. Chapter 21. As long as Katie remembered not to mistake what was happening for anything other than a good time, she'd finish the night with her heart intact. She'd done it before. She could do it again. But this was hard to remember when Frankie was kissing her like he'd spent his life planning how to do it just right. With her back up against the Pinto, he plied her with hard, demanding kisses that stole her breath and left her wanting more. She tightened her legs around him, holding him in place with his hard cock pressed right up against her core, and kissed him back with everything she had. By the time he broke the kiss, they were both breathing hard. Fuck, Katie. He rested his forehead against hers before letting her slide down his body until she was standing on her own again. I want you so badly. It only took a second to do the math in her head. The drive back to Waterbury would take way longer than she was willing to wait. A glance around confirmed hers was the only car on this level of the garage, and the parking attendant was on the next level down, by the exit to the street. No one was around to catch them. Even if there was, she wasn't sure she'd care all that much at the moment. She stepped back out of Frank's arms. Get in the car. Katie, he said, her name coming out like a question he wasn't sure he wanted the answer to. She reached down between them and slipped the top button of his buttonfly jeans free. Just do it, Frank. He did. It was a tight squeeze, considering he was well over 6 feet tall and sitting in the passenger seat of a subcompact. Standing in the doorway, she took off her electric blue t-shirt, relishing the way his hot gaze went straight to her breasts, her hard nipples pushing against the lace of her pink bra. Time to give him a closer look. Bracing one hand on the bucket seat, she leaned forward, letting her boobs dangle close enough to his face that she could feel his harsh exhale on her sensitive skin. The heat of his breath tightened the ribbon of sweet anticipation winding through her until it was pulled taut. One move, one touch, one kiss, and it would snap. Watching his face and the way his eyes darkened with desire, she reached between his legs, her hand hovering over the hard bulge behind his button fly. Something flickered in his gaze, heady and promising, as palpable as a touch. Her other hand shook just a bit as she grabbed the bar under the front of the passenger seat, catapulting it back as far as it would go. "Is that enough room?" she asked, her hand on the button of her jeans. He reached behind his head and pulled off his t-shirt. "Let's find out." She stripped off her jeans and tossed them across to the driver's seat and then got in, straddling him. In this cramped position, it was like he was everywhere all at once. And this time, when he kissed her, it wasn't a reaction to her exuberant celebration, it was a promise. There was just no getting enough of touching him. She kissed her way down his neck and across his collarbone before moving back up to that demanding mouth of his. But she wanted more. Needed more. When her hands slid between their bodies back to his button fly, he encircled her wrist with one hand and pulled her arms up so her palms were against the car's roof. "I'm gonna let you go, and you're gonna wiggle out of those pink panties while I put a condom on." He paused, looking her in the eyes. "Sound good?" God, yes. Good didn't even begin to describe it. Totally Bitchin' was closer, but still didn't get to just how fucking awesome this was going to be. He shot her a wicked grin and released her wrists. She'd never realized a big guy could move so fast in such a tight space, but by the time her panties were in a ball on the driver's seat, his jeans were down to his ankles, and he was rolling on a condom. She bit down on her lip and watched. The man had big hands, and his dick still looked huge. "Come here," he said, his voice like the softest sandpaper. He didn't have to ask twice. She wiggled back into her place, straddling him, grabbed his cock at the base, not even coming close to getting her fingers to meet, and sank down onto his hard cock. She took it, one thick inch at a time, until he filled her completely, stretching her just enough to make it impossible not to be aware of his every inhale of breath or a slight change in position. She let her head fall back as her body adjusted to him. "Damn, Katie," he groaned. "Don't move yet." She kept her hips still but reached behind her, unhooked her bra, and let the straps fall from her shoulders. Frank let out a harsh breath, his fingers biting into her hips. "Did I do something wrong?" she asked, teasing. "Next time, we're going to make it to a bed, and I'm going to make you pay for this," he said, each word coming out like he was barely holding onto his control. She fluttered her eyelashes at him. "Oh, really?" "Yeah." The cocky, possessive look he gave her with that one-word answer made her core clench. He clamped his hands onto her hips, holding her in place, and shot her a wicked grin. "I'm going to spread those long legs of yours wide, and I'm going to lick that sweet pussy of yours until you are right on the verge of coming, and then I'm going to stop for 30 whole seconds, and then I'm going to do it again, and again, and again, until you are so ready to come you can't think about anything else. And then I'm going to slide my fingers inside you and pump into that slick hole while I tease that clit until you come all over my mouth. After that, I'm going to toy with those perfect tits of yours while you catch your breath, and that's when we'll really get started." Pushing against his hold, she rocked her hips, getting only a small range of motion, but it was almost enough to relieve some of the ache building in her core. "Frank," she pleaded. "Let me." "What is it, baby?" he asked, mimicking her teasing tone from earlier. "Is hearing how I'm going to eat that pussy making you hot?" She bit down on her lip and nodded. "Yes." "Then let me tell you how I'm going to fuck you on that bed." She shivered, her whole body tensing up with anticipation of what was coming next. I'm gonna have you close those legs tight, and I'll start with the kissing. I'll spend time on that sensitive spot where your shoulder meets your neck. The undercurve of your tits will be next. A little nip, a little kiss, a little lick. He moved one hand from her hip to her breasts, gliding the rough pad of his thumb across her aching nipple. Eventually, I'll make my way to these pretty pale pink peaks. I'm going to spend some time here, tweaking and sucking and grazing my teeth over them just enough to make you want more. Do you think I'll give you more, make it harder, give you what you want? Yes. She started rocking her hips, finally getting some friction to go along with the just right pressure of him filling her. That's right. I'll always give you what you want. Sometimes, though, I'll make you wait. He went back to holding her hips with both hands, stopping her from moving against him. Like right now. Frank. Was she begging? Yes. Did she care? Maybe later, but not now. Soon, baby, but you wanted to know what I'm gonna do to you in that bed. Katie wanted to yell at him and fuck him all at the same time. This was torture, and she'd never been so wet and on edge before. After that, I'm going to move on to your back and then to that nice round ass of yours. Have you ever had someone pay real attention to that ass? All she could do was shake her head no as he stretched out one thumb and started to stroke her slippery clit with the slowest of circles. Don't worry. I'll take care of that for you. It's gonna feel so good when I explore all of those sensitive spots. And I promise, for every little smack, I'll kiss it and make it better. And do you want to know what will happen then? She nodded, arching her back enough to increase the pressure of his thumb against her clit. I'm gonna have you open those legs of yours again, and the rush of cool air against all that hot wet is gonna make you want to say fuck me, and you're gonna just say that right then. But it won't be time yet. She closed her eyes, letting all the images he was drawing with his words fill her head. I'm going to spend some time kissing my way up the insides of your thighs, he said, letting go with one hand long enough to trace a line up her thigh with the back of his knuckles. I'm gonna get close to that aching clit of yours so I can just admire how wet you are for me again, even though you've already come at least once already. Returning his hand to her hip, he started moving her back and forth against him, his thumb back on her clit, pressing just enough to make her shiver in the best possible way. And that's when I'll finally slide my cock home. You'll be so slick that we'll hear it every time I push forward and pull back. I'll pump into that pussy, going balls deep each time, filling you up so completely you won't ever forget. He lifted her hips up and down in tandem with his words, delivering on the promises of the future. And you'll know you'll never get that from anyone else, because no one else sees you as I do. No one else knows what you need like I do, and no one else will ever give you everything the way I will. Her orgasm started as a buildup of electricity in her core that zipped out and became a tingling in her thighs before ricocheting back to her clit and bursting through her just as he plunged one last time into her and let out a loud groan of completion. Her fingernails bit into his shoulders as her back bowed with pleasure so intense it blocked out the rest of the universe except for Frank. He watched her come down with the kind of possessive hunger that went straight to some secret part of her she hadn't realized was there. The part of her that was desperate for someone who would see her, not as one of the 13 Madigan kids, or a teacher, or who she was in relation to someone else, but as Katie and Katie alone. She wanted someone who she could have adventures with, like tonight, like nearly every night with Frank, the last guy in Waterbury she should be thinking about like that. Oh, fuck me. She had never wanted to freak out so much in her entire life. She had to put an end to this tonight and forever. Chapter 22. Heading back over the harbor bridge, it was like Frank was seeing Waterbury with completely new eyes. He wasn't imagining St. Vincent's Hospital where all of the Hartigans had been born since the first ones immigrated from Ireland, or the Wooden Barber hardware store, which was rumored to be a front for running numbers. He was visualizing ranch houses with picket fences, picturing elementary schools, and conjuring up images of himself in a tux and Katie in a white dress, walking out of the chapel at St. Bernadette's. So I figured I'd drop you off at your car, she said as they hit the high point of the suspension bridge. Sure. He reached over and rested his palm on her thigh. I can follow you back to your place, or we can just come pick up my car tomorrow. There were a few too many beats of silence, and then she said, I'm not sure that's a great idea. He pivoted in his seat to get a full look at Katie as she drove, and his gut dropped to the bottom of the harbor. He took in her white knuckles as she gripped the wheel at 10 and 2, her ramrod straight posture, and the way she kept her attention solely focused on the road ahead, even though they were the only car for at least a quarter of a mile. Her nose twitched, and her chin trembled. I'm not sure we should think of this as anything more than a wild night. Forget the bottom of the harbor. His gut was melted goo in the earth's core, along with his heart. But not one to repeat. She shook her head and sniffled. Look, you're a great guy, but her voice trailed off, and she turned into the movie theater parking lot. I'm not your kind of guy, he said, staring out the window at the lit-up lot filled with cars for the late show. No, it's not that. She let out a quick breath and squared her shoulders as if she had to brace herself for what she was about to say. I'm not your kind of girl. There's Connie just breaking up with Adler, and you work with Colin and my dad, and then there's the whole question of how my brothers would react. And you want to move up in the fire department, right? How can you do that when you become associated with those always trouble Hartigans? There's a reason why my dad never gets promoted. She let out a shaky breath and pulled into the spot next to his Firebird. She turned off her car, but kept her hands on the steering wheel, and she still wouldn't look at him. It just wouldn't work out, so it's better to end things now after what really was, despite the fight in the museum, working a shift at the diner, and having to break into my own car, the best night of my life. Her voice broke on the last part, and it cracked something inside Frank. It hurt worse than when he'd missed a rung of the ladder in training and fallen down 3 flights before the oh fuck safety rope stopped him from crashing into the ground but not from dislocating his shoulder. This time, everything hurt, but he finally understood. He opened the car door and had one foot on the concrete before something stopped him, and he looked over at her. You're scared. She whipped her head around and finally looked at him, her red-rimmed eyes wide. What are you talking about? I'm not scared of anything. He snorted derisively, unable to wrap his brain around the lie she was telling herself. Tonight, you said it's hard to be thought of as just one of the Hartigans, but you're scared to be anything but. That's a load of shit, she shot back, but there wasn't any fire in her words. I don't know everything, but I know you, Katie Hartigan, he said, fighting to keep his tone even while his whole world crashed in on itself. Do you think we're just a fluke? Oh no. I've been working on getting you to notice me for months. Frustration, embarrassment, and hurt swirled together into a unique kind of third-degree burn heat that sizzled through him. Do you have any idea how much of my grocery money I lost at poker night? I couldn't miss it because then I wouldn't get to see you. I have been eating PB and JS for breakfast and lunch for 3 months. A red blotch appeared at the base of her throat. Her breathing had gone ragged, but he pressed on because she needed to hear this. And do you think I just happened to know about the elephant exhibit? No. I watched the papers for weeks so I'd know when it opened up. Katie pressed her lips together so tight they practically disappeared into a thin white line, but the tears she'd been trying to blink away started falling anyway. And that slow song that just happened to start as soon as we got to the supply closet at Marino's? Not in the least bit on accident. Watching her gulp in air while wiping her tears away with the back of her hand was fucking killing him, and he was afraid he was never going to get the acidic taste of these hard truths out of his mouth. Hurting her was the last thing he wanted to do, but he wasn't going to watch her fear march her out of his life without a fight. But she didn't say anything. The most amazing woman in the world just sat in her car, facing forward, with her hands back on the wheel. She didn't even bother to wipe away the tears anymore. He waited, holding his breath, but she didn't even glance his way. A hole in his chest formed, where his heart had been only a few minutes ago. Frank tried to think of something else he could say, but there was nothing left. He'd said it all. Feeling like he'd been run over by the ladder truck, he got out of the Pinto. The door had barely clicked shut before she pulled out of the parking spot. Standing next to his Firebird, he sucked in the humid June air and tried to find his bearings. He'd fished his keys out of his pocket and had just opened his door when the Pinto reappeared, screeching to a halt in front of him and leaving the scent of burned rubber in the air. Katie killed the engine, got out of the car, and marched over to him. "I am sorry you wasted your time and money." She reached into that massive purse of hers and pulled out a wallet. Her shoulders were squared and her chin was high, but there was no missing the fact that she'd been crying. "How much do I owe you?" "Not a damn thing, because none of it was a waste. Not a single dime. Not a single minute. It was all worth it." He took the wallet out of her hand and shoved it back into her purse. "Yeah, you're a Madigan, but you're also more than that. Your students love you, which is good because waitressing is not for you. You clean up at poker, which is good because neither firefighters nor teachers have the kind of huge salaries we're going to need to afford at least a dozen kids when we get married. You're the kind of person who would help someone out even though you're not the Katie they were looking for." He cupped her face and tilted it upward, so she had to look at him because this next part mattered as much as she did. "You're smart. You're funny. You're an amazing kisser. And you're just awesome in general. You were right about what you said earlier. You're not my kind of girl, Katie. You are the girl for me. Period." And even though it hurt like hell not to let it turn into something more, Frank brushed his lips across hers in the briefest of kisses and then dropped his hands and stepped back, giving her the space to walk away. The next 15 seconds were the most important of his life. All he could do was wait to see what Katie did next. "Hartigan." A man's yell boomed across the parking lot. "I know it was you." He and Katie both turned to see that dipshit yuppie Alder headed straight for them, his trio of toady buddies following in his wake. Chapter 23. The girl for him. Period. Not a notch on his bedpost. Not one of many dropping off meals at the firehouse. Not just a good time during a slow night at Marino's. The girl for him. Period. Katie was still trying to process all of that when along came the creep, who was about as welcome as a colony of lice during a slumber party. "I should have known you'd be a part of this too," Katie, the creep, hollered, shoving a high school kid with a flock of seagulls haircut and a homemade t-shirt that said "Art with Larry" out of the way as he continued his march over to them. Your sister, your whole family is trash, so it's no surprise you'd pull a move like this." Next to her, Frank growled literally and took a step forward, his hands balled into fists. She reached out and put her hand on Frank's arm. He glanced down at her in question. "You don't want me to take care of him?" Katie shook her head, the sense that everything was going to work out settling in her belly and making the last of her tears dry up. "I was the one who got you into this. I'll take care of it." He lifted an eyebrow. "Not to argue, but I got myself into this by telling you it was my DeLorean." The man was as stubborn as every male member of her family and every female member of her family. Fine, he was going to fit in with the rest of the Madigans without any problem. God, she hoped his family liked her. And the rapid approach of the creep forced her back to the here and now. "Can we fight about this later?" she asked, jerking her chin in the direction of the creep and his entourage of shitheads. The smile that broke out on Frank's face was big enough to show off his dimple. "So there's going to be a later?" "Most definitely," she said, the butterflies in her stomach waking up and going for a test flight in a tornado. He shot her a quick wink, and then they turned together to face off against the creep, whose blonde hair was feathered perfectly, and the collars of his double polo shirts popped in accordance with the unwritten bylaws of rich yuppie assholes everywhere. "You two are going to have to make this right," the creep said with a sneer. "I want my car detailed and a letter of apology." Katie considered it for all 3.2 seconds. "That's not gonna happen." Anger turned the creep's cheeks blotchy. "You trashed my car." "You can't prove that," Katie said with a shrug, not about to give this twerp any of her emotional time. "I have witnesses," he spluttered. Frank snorted behind her and asked, "Who?" The creep gestured back to the trio of doofuses behind him. Them. Oh no. That wasn't going to fly. Katie had scoped out the parking lot before touching that ugly car. The only person who'd seen her anywhere near the DeLorean was Frank, and he wasn't going to rat on her. The creep had nothing. "All they saw was you chasing my car as we left the parking lot," she said, keeping her tone utterly pleasant because she knew how much it would piss him off. Nothing else. She really shouldn't enjoy watching the creep's face get blotchier the angrier he got. The nuns at St. Bernadette's would be so disappointed in her. Although they were pretty much always disappointed in the Madigans, so what was one more sin? "You're really something. You know that?" The creep snarled. "I guess this is what I get for slumming it with a Madigan." Slumming it? Oh, hell no. An ice-cold fury froze Katie's blood as she pictured her sister sitting in their tiny apartment, mourning her breakup with this asshole. Then she thought about all the times the creep had made Connie feel like she wasn't enough, and her anger turned red hot. The only thing that was saving the man from a broken nose was the fact that Connie was finally free of him. The creep looked back at his friends and laughed. "No sweet piece of ass is worth someone even breathing wrong on my DeLorean." "Guess not," Katie said with a smile that he really should have taken as a warning. While he was standing there, high on his own ego, she snagged the big gulp from one of his shithead buddies, tore off the lid, and poured it out on his Nikes. The creep gasped and looked past her to Frank as if he was in charge of her. "Are you just going to stand by and let your girl do that, Hartigan?" the creep demanded. "What kind of man are you?" Frank shrugged his broad shoulders and grinned. "The kind that knows she can fight her own battles without any help from me." "I always knew you were an absolute airhead," the creep said. "I didn't realize you were a chicken shit, too." Katie didn't think. She didn't consider. She just pulled back her fist and landed a solid punch square in the middle of the creep's nose. He yelped and stumbled back, his hand covering his nose as blood ran down. "Nobody talks about the guy I'm gonna marry someday like that," she said, jabbing her finger into his bony chest as he continued to backpedal. "Now go home in your ugly fucking car before I show you what my knee can do to your tiny little balls." The creep shook off the helping hands of his douchey friends and glared at her. "You two deserve each other." This time, Katie's smile was genuine, powered by adrenaline and the thrill of righteous vengeance that had been finally delivered. "That might be the only nice thing you've ever said in your entire entitled life." Loud beeps and the sound of a chain being hooked up to a car pulled her gaze from the creep to the tow truck parked a few rows up. "Oh wow. Is that tow truck taking your car? You don't think someone would have turned you in for parking illegally across two spots, do you?" The creep didn't bother to respond. He just took off, yelling the whole way that he had cash for the driver if he just left his baby alone. "Wow," Frank said, once it was just the two of them again. That was even more impressive than the purse punch. "I think I'll stick to whacking people with my handbag," Katie said with a laugh as she rubbed her sore knuckles. They were red and already starting to swell up. "You were right, you know. About me. I was scared." She let out a shaky breath. Her heart was beating hard enough to feel like it was banging against her ribs, and her instincts were all screaming for her to shut up now, but she had to finish this. She had to tell him the truth. "I'm not scared of stepping out of the shadow of my family, though. I am scared of becoming just another one of the many notches on your bedpost when I want to be more." Frank cupped her chin and tilted her face up. "You were more from the moment you finally let me buy you a beer at Marino's, and I ended up carrying your sister to your car." Then he dipped his head down and kissed her, his lips making all the promises she knew he could and would keep. By the time he broke the kiss, all of her nerves had dissolved, and all her questions had been answered. "So I'm the guy you're going to marry, huh?" he asked as he opened the driver's door to her Pinto so she could get inside. "I like the sound of that. What do you think about a December wedding? As in 6 months from now?" The question squeaked out of her as she got behind the wheel, even as a vision of what kind of dress would be perfect for a Christmas wedding filled her head. "Don't you think that's a little fast?" When you know, he said with a shrug, before closing the door and then walking around to the passenger's side and getting in. Anyway, wouldn't you rather start this adventure sooner rather than later? Mind racing, Katie went through all of the reasons why this was a crazy idea. There were millions, but none of them seemed to matter. What about kids? She asked, turning the key in the ignition. How many do you want? He considered for a second and then said, 7's a good number. That's a lot. How many years would she be pregnant? And who could afford all those diapers? Well, you have a twin, and I have a twin, Frank said, grinning at her as if 7 kids including twins wasn't completely overwhelming. That means the chances of us having a set of twins is really up there. We should be mentally prepared for it. Somehow, he made it all sound completely reasonable. December wedding. 7 kids. Twins. She should be running for the hills. Instead, she put the car in gear and put the pedal to the metal. In a hurry? Frank asked with a chuckle. Yeah. You said some things about what would happen if we found ourselves naked in a bed. And I promised to deliver on every single one. Katie had never driven home so fast in her life. It was worth it. Epilogue. Present day. It was Saturday, and that meant one thing. A Hartigan family brunch. It was the one time each week when all of the Hartigan siblings brought their significant others to the single-story ranch in Waterbury. And their kids. And their pets. And the occasional foreign princess hiding out from her long-suffering personal security guards. Of course, that's a story for another time. On this Saturday, though, the Hartigan house was filled to the brim with people, pets, and the smell of Hawaiian ham just out of the oven. Katie Hartigan stood in open space between the kitchen and the living room and surveyed the scene. Something was off. She couldn't put her finger on it, but a person didn't raise 7 kids like hers without having a special sense for when shenanigans were afoot. On high alert, she scanned the living room. Her granddaughter, Freya, was hosting a tea party with her favorite stuffed animals while her baby brother was rocked to sleep by Mom, Lucy. Meanwhile, Frankie Jr. was keeping a fatherly eye on their firstborn, Frankie III, known as Trey, who was dressed in his Spider-Man costume and telling everything that he was tracking down the evil Dr. Kitty. That one-eared cat, known to everyone else as Honeypot, sat on the top of a bookshelf in the living room and watched Trey with the kind of disdainful look only a cat could make. Finn and Fallon pulled their brother, Frankie Jr., in a corner and began whispering ferociously, confirming Katie's belief that they were obviously up to something. The rest of her brood, Fiona, Faith, Ford, and Felicia, had left their significant others behind and disappeared together into the garage, supposedly in search of extra chairs. That really was the worst cover story ever. It wasn't as if there weren't already enough chairs for all of the Hartigans, their significant others, and all the rest of her grandbabies, Emily, Vito, Charlie, and the latest addition to the brood. Finn's love princess Andromeda Lavinia Vespera, known to everyone in the family on this side of the Atlantic as simply Andy. She was pondering the possibilities. With her kids, they were infinite, when Frankie Sr. stepped up behind her. She didn't have to turn around to confirm it. After more than 40 years of marriage, he was still the only man in the world who made heart flutter just by walking in the room. Your children are up to something, Katie said, moving her gaze over to the people who joined the Hartigan family voluntarily, knowing they'd be easier to crack than any of her hard-headed kids. Frankie wrapped his arms around her and pulled her close against him. Why are they always my kids when they're up to something? Because I am a model of virtue and restraint, she said, almost managing to get the words out without smiling. Frankie dipped his head and whispered in her ear, "You weren't last night." Failing to smother her chuckle, she turned in his arms to face him. "Francis Delano Hartigan, you shush." The cocky smart-ass just grinned at her. Pretty sure the kids are aware by now of how they got all those brothers and sisters. Katie rolled her eyes at him. "You are nothing but trouble." "And you love it," he said, punctuating the declaration with a quick kiss. She couldn't argue. She did. Since her first date with Frankie, her life had never been boring. That's not to say she wouldn't have minded a little boredom here and there, but on the whole it had been a pretty amazing 4 decades with the very last man in Waterbury that she ever should have dated. No, she hadn't ever made it to Italy, hell. She hadn't even ever moved out of Waterbury, but she had absolutely no regrets. "So, you never told me if you liked my new jacket," Frankie said. That stopped her in her tracks. New jacket? The man had been wearing the same one for the last 10 years. He'd only started wearing that one because she'd tossed the ragged excuse for a coat he'd had before. "You went shopping?" she asked, stepping back to get a look at what he was wearing, ready to make some comment about alerting the media, when he turned around and the comment died on her lips. Frankie was wearing a leather jacket. But it wasn't just any black motorcycle jacket. It had T-birds stitched onto it, along with the outline of a bird. He flipped up the collar and turned around in one smooth motion. "Heard you were looking for a cool rider." Katie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Not that it mattered. In a heartbeat, it was 1982, and she was just walking out of the movie theater after watching Grease 2 and into the best night of her life with her one-night stand, Frankie Hartigan. "Turn around, Mom," Fallon called out, pulling Katie back to the here and now. There was no stopping Katie's giggles when she did. All 7 of their kids were wearing either black motorcycle jackets or pink satin bomber jackets. Felicia even had on a bright pink wig that screamed beauty school dropout. Her chuckles turned to happy tears by the time they broke into Stephanie Zinone's signature song, complete with Finn sitting on top of a ladder the kids must have brought in from the garage. It was ridiculous. It was hysterical. It was the best and worst rendition of that song ever to be done. "So, it was the kids' idea to serenade you with your favorite song from the Saturday morning cleaning the house mixtape before I gave you your anniversary present," Frankie said as soon as the song was done. Katie narrowed her gaze at him. She loved the man, but they'd had an agreement about this. "We don't do anniversary gifts," she said. With 7 kids on a teacher's and firefighter's salaries, there hadn't been the money even if they'd wanted to. He shrugged as he handed her an envelope. "Well, this year we are, and my gift is seeing your face when you open this." Heart beating against her ribs like it was trying to break free, she opened it with shaking fingers. Inside were 2 plane tickets to Rome. "You would not believe what a pain in the ass it was to get actual tickets," Frankie said. "But come on, what was I supposed to do? Give you a piece of paper I printed out from our laptop?" She covered her mouth with her fingers, blinking fast to clear the tears from her eyes. "Oh, Frankie." "It wasn't just me," he said. "Fallon and Zach demanded to pay to upgrade us. Fiona and Dixon insisted we use his grandmother's private train car to travel from city to city. Felicia and Hudson threatened to leave that evil cat of hers at our house if I didn't agree to stay at the Carly hotels free of charge during our trip. Gina got Ford to agree to break his personal rule and some Waterbury PD Onesto run the lights for us so we could avoid any travel snarl-ups on the way to the airport. Frankie and Lucy got us a new set of fancy luggage with chargers and things just for the trip. And Faith and Finn agreed to split house-sitting duties so you don't have to worry about your houseplants dying while we're gone for the next month." Katie looked from her husband to her kids to their significant others, but she could barely see them through the tears. They were happy tears, yes, but they still made seeing the people she loved pretty damn hard. "I don't know what to say," she got out between sniffles. "Good," Frankie said, taking a step away from her, which really should have set off his shenanigans alarms. "Because you have to start packing. We leave in 3 hours. The man shocked her tear ducts into submission. 3 hours? 3 hours? That's not enough time, she said on a gasp. He winked at Eros if he could charm his way out of this. Which, fine, even after more than 40 years together he could. As if something as insignificant as a clock could stop Katie Hartigan from making something happen. Despite it all, she laughed. Really, what could she expect from the man who had made her life one great adventure from the time he blew her mind in a bar's supply closet during a retirement party? Cupping his face with both hands, she leaned in and kissed him with all of the I love yous she'd spent the last 40 years saying out loud to him. "What am I ever going to do with you, Frank Hartigan?" she asked when she broke the kiss. "I have some ideas," he said, and then stepped closer and lowered his volume so only she could hear. "I'll tell you all about them in detail once we're alone." She couldn't wait, but first she had to pack.